I'm going to pull up my Facebook on my phone so I can see comments just in case that doesn't work. All right, where is it? There we are. Yay! I love it when technology works. All right, perfect. Welcome. I am so excited, you guys. This has gone so super smooth.
Yay!
And
I love it when technology works.
hang on, I gotta mute this. I don't want to hear myself talking on the other side. Oh, I love it that you're saging. I don't have my smudge sticks in here. Thank you. I received that. Welcome to the last shedding, 2025 completion ceremony. I got the idea, well, it wasn't even an idea, it was just an intuitive nudge that said, hey, you haven't done a summit in a few months, it's time. And this has been a year of the wood snake. It is a 9-year for the earth cycle. So it's a completion cycle. In numerology, everything is cycles of 9. And we're going into 2026, which is a 1 year, all the new beginnings and everything. But 2025 has been rough for a lot of people. I know well, the last 2 years have been pretty rough for me, but this has been a lot of growth and a lot of expansion and a lot of change and a lot of amazing things, as well as a lot of releasing. You know, I have walked through the portal of intense grief of losing 2 of my boys in the last 2 years. And, you know, that's going to be an ongoing process forever. You know, it doesn't just ever go away. It's leaning into that portal of grief and allowing it to change you and burn away. This is my biggest takeaway from this portal of grief is it burned away everything that is not important in my life. And that was one of the biggest lessons my younger boy James taught me was don't worry about all the other bullshit, Mom. You only have today, only have this moment. Don't stress about everything else. And don't try to live your life for anyone else. You can't live your life for me, is what he taught me. And wow, that was hard because when I released that mama control and stopped being the safety net is when I lost him. But he reminded me that there was nothing I could have done. It was going to happen. So when we release, that frees us and it takes that weight off of us and allows us to stand in our power more fully. And that's what I want for today. This is a gift to the collective. And these 9 speakers are giving their time today to come and speak with us and share with us who they are and what their stories are and what they do in the world to help us be aware. What is not serving us? What is not ours? What do we not want to take into 2026 for this new cycle? There's a lot that I don't want to take in. You know, I don't want to take all the heaviness of the grief. I want to take the joy and the memories and the lessons that my boys taught me and their legacy, because they have told me we finished our human work and soul purpose, but our legacy lives on through you. And we channel through you to finish what we couldn't in our human. And that's sometimes kind of daunting, but I'm here for it. And if you have lost a child, or if you have a child that is affected with addiction and mental health issues, I understand that grief because I've been there for 20 years, you know, having kids that have unprocessed trauma, and that leads to addiction and mental health issues and physical issues and a lot of chaos. And so now I can walk with those parents and help them and guide them through that so that they can lead their families again rather than trying to rescue them and save them. And that's what I do. So I'm not actually pitching on this. I'm doing the opening ceremony. I am holding the space and the energy in this sacred vortex or portal for everybody else to come and say, here, these are tips and tricks and things we have learned through our to help you release and let go. And then at the end of the day, we'll have a question and answer. Yay, our messages are working. Hi, Jenny. Thank you, Craig. I'm excited because I've never used the messaging thing in here. So you can message us and we can see it as everybody's speaking. So that's awesome. Um, I just want to open this vortex as a sacred, protected space, an energetic holding. And as each one comes in, all of our guides and all of our ancestors, all of our loved ones that have crossed over, they're here. They're coming in to hold us and allow us to see where we can let go of things and create space for the new and to allow ourselves to expand. So I'm super excited. Oh, thank you, Yasmin. And since Bobby is not yet here, um, you guys want to come off mute and just start chatting a little bit? I'm going to message him really quick. I know it's even earlier for him because he is in Canada.
Oh, thank you for sharing your story, Angelique. I had no idea all that you were
Oh, it's
moving through
awesome.
for the last couple of years, but I love how you are transmuting that into purpose and to be of service to the collective in such an impactful way, and in a way that I feel a lot of people, it is very like heavy to be like speaking about some of these topics, right? And I do want to make the connection for anyone who doesn't know me. Hello, my name is Danielle. I am an intuitive astrologer. I will be speaking, talking all about like the astrology of 2025 and how it connects with this 9 year. And we were going to be talking deeper about it, but I couldn't help but connect what you were speaking on with the North Node in Pisces. And so
Oh,
yeah, so we'll definitely talk more about that because I do feel like that was the connection with our relationship to, not just addiction, like, because that can be like a word that can be loosely interpreted in many ways. It could be escapism, it could be avoidance, it could be, like you said, the trauma that kind of gets repressed and how we have our coping mechanisms and like the different ways that we, really just need to address and look within and have those conversations with soul and really like go deeper into the deeper things that need to be healed and released and shed. And that can be very conflicting, and that can be feeling like,
yes.
whew, wow, like, it's there. Sometimes it is like a self-sabotaging moment with them in the mirror, like, what are you doing, right? And then also times it's just like there's things that we can't control. There's so many deep layers of, just kind of like the psychological layers of Pisces, that it's like, wow, okay, like, sometimes there's only so much hope and so much faith and so much unconditional love that I can give someone, but they also have to feel it for themselves. They have to,
Yes.
find that connection with unconditional love and, the connection with a higher power or their future self. Like, they have to be the ones who can connect with that. And I
Right.
feel like people who are dealing with a lot of just like, trauma and like grief and just like, sadness and, hopelessness or anything that like they may be feeling, it's sometimes hard to access that for themselves. And so, it's just like really holding space for you to just like, I see you, Mama. I know that like, you went through a lot these last couple of years, and anyone who went through grief, because I know a lot of people have definitely like, they suffered from loss or just like
Right.
the change of this year, and just like how you emotionally go through those waves, right? And
Yes.
not try to rush to the next thing, and not try to immediately make it something that's like, okay, I know why this happened, so like I'm just gonna like keep going with that purpose of why it happened. It's like, hold on, let's not avoid the actual feeling of what
Right.
happens when these traumatic events occur. So anyways, I just wanted to speak to that because we're going to go deeper into the North Node in Pisces link to 2025, and just like the opening, story that you shared was so deeply connected to that. So
Awesome. And how perfect is that
yeah.
we just recently connected, and that's awesome. And and one of my biggest things is I started a podcast this year it's called Breaking the Silence: Conversations on Grief, Addiction, and Healing. And the biggest things that my boys push, because they're constantly talking to me and leading me and guiding me. And one of the biggest things that I learned through this is I never knew what grief was. And nobody teaches grief. Nobody teaches how to process it, and that it's going to always be here, and it's always here, because it's not just losing someone to death.
Exactly.
It's any perceived loss.
Yes.
So you can grieve previous versions of yourself. You can grieve the loss of a pet, the loss of a job, anything at all that your brain perceives as loss creates grief.
Mm-hmm.
It's something we deal with on a daily basis, and nobody teaches us how to support other people through it.
Yeah.
So 2, 3, 4 weeks down the road, after the funeral's done and everybody forgets, then you're just left with nobody. Now, thankfully, Spirit placed me in circles of support before I lost my first son. Yeah. And those women, I have a couple of them are going to be on today, and they were my rock. And I would not be sitting here if I had not taken that opportunity to put myself in those places of support, because I can't imagine that I would have made it through without that small circle of women who held me energetically. And
thank God for women.
Well, and thank God for the opportunity to be globally connected.
Yes.
Because there's only one that is even close to me, and I got to meet her actually a few months ago. It was awesome. But I've not met the others in person, but energetically we can hold each other, and we can be there for each other. And
so important.
Yeah. And the energy work, I don't know if you went and filled out the speaker application. And when I do my podcast guest speakers, I request consent, because I am an energy worker, and I move energy unconsciously. It's not me that's doing it, it's Spirit and guides, but I need that permission and that consent from people to be able to go more than surface level.
Yeah.
And so I always request that. And if I didn't have those women that I was already intimately connected to, it would have been a whole completely different path.
Yeah.
And who knows? I don't even want to imagine where I would be without that. And it breaks my heart to see other parents. I joined several groups that parents that have lost children or just in general loved ones, and there are some parents that have lost their children years ago and they still can't talk about them. They can't speak their names. And it breaks my heart because I can't imagine not talking about my boys and not being able to hear them and know that they're always with me. And my son was sending me rainbows in the clouds yesterday as the sun was going down. Those are such beautiful gifts. And one of the ladies in our mastermind, they channeled through her within days of them passing.
Yeah.
And that was the biggest gift that I could have had, because fentanyl overdoses, immediate. You don't have time to say goodbye. My younger son, we did have time in the intensive care, but he had irrecoverable brain damage. And we got to say goodbye, and yes, he was still very much there. We could all feel him. But to be able to talk to them and have them tell me, no, Mom, it wasn't suicide. It wasn't intentional. And it wasn't your fault. We chose you to fulfill our soul contracts because you could hold this. And right, blew my mind.
You're like, okay, no big deal. Thanks.
Right, exactly.
Oh, that's
whatever.
That's really beautiful, though. That's really beautiful.
But it is, and it's such a gift that and when you are able to lean into that grief and learn to process in the moment and in the waves, because that's how grief comes, then you can hear those messages. Because when you get stuck, you don't. Those signs, those rainbows, the pennies and coins that my older son leaves me, you miss them if you're not paying attention and if you're lost in that chaos.
Yeah.
And
I
that
personally,
would be just awful.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I personally, I don't know if you know that part of my story. I know, like, a lot of people, my followers know, grief was always my biggest teacher. And I learned that, unfortunately, from a very young age, because I was only 24 or 25 when my brother passed away. So no, I was 21. I'm sorry. I was 21 when my brother passed away. So, and then I was 26 when my dad passed away. So what I recognized, just like, I can understand that feeling, just to like mirror back around when the years keep going by, right? Because that was 2012 when my brother passed. So, we're going on like 13 years now, which is wild, or even almost 16 years. And then we have, 2017 was when my dad passed away. So it's a very odd feeling when the years keep going, because what starts to happen is, you almost like, of course, like you live by these like pictures and you live by these memories and you live by like these just, almost like these moments that they're just like snapshots in time, but like you just keep reliving the same things over and over again. But then life just keeps happening, and like, just things just keep moving. And so what I noticed about this year, which is interesting, you're bringing it up, and I have like chills all over my body as I'm saying this, because I can I'm looking at my altar and I'm like, yeah, I see the picture of my dad. I see the picture of my brother, like they're right there. But there were moments this year that I did feel like disconnected from that communication with them, or just like that feeling of like, I haven't felt you. You haven't come to me in my dreams. Like, you haven't really like been around me. Like, when you actually start to feel like, are you here? Like, I know you're here, but like, why haven't I felt you? And sometimes, and that can be for like anyone, if you're not familiar with like, you know, one of your loved ones on the other side, but like maybe it's just that like communication with spirit or that communication with God or your higher self or whatever, that you're like, you almost feel like there's no reciprocation. I hope I'm coming in clearly.
Right. Yes.
I can see myself starting to like freeze a little bit. So what I noticed is that it's sometimes in the moments when I'm actually not like consciously or intentionally asking for them. I'm just kind of like floating. I'm just like, you know, getting by. I'm just in my day to day. And then all of a sudden I'm like, what am I missing? You know, you're just like, what am I forgetting? What am I like feeling anxious about? What am I feeling disconnected from? And then it's like, it hits you. You're like, wait, I haven't heard from my dad in a while. You haven't heard from your son in a while. Like, what the heck are you? And then you ask for them. And what's the wildest part? I usually do it in my dreams. Talk about Pisces, right? I am a Pisces. So I usually do it in my dreams where I'll ask them to show up in my dreams to be like, can you just visit me tonight, please? I just like would love a visitation. They don't always come. But like when I tell you right now, the moment that you just actually open yourself up to be like, yes. Hi, I need help. I will get on my knees and start praying, but I need you right now. Like, you need to show up for me. Like, please. It's the most miraculous thing how quickly it happens. Yep. And how it shows up. So I just wanted to speak to that because I feel like sometimes we're going through life in a very human way and we feel disconnected, lost, confused. What the heck? I'm missing something. I don't know what I'm needing. I don't know like what I'm feeling. I don't know what I'm even healing from right now. I'm just like kind of just in the process of being so freaking human. And then the moments that you're just like, wait, okay, actually, like it's the communication with the unseen realms. Right. It's the communication with my loved ones that they're not here in the physical all the time while I'm moving through all these different motions. And like, sometimes they don't communicate with you until you're the ones who are like, hi, I need you right now. And they're like, oh, well, we were just waiting for you to ask. Like, where have you been?
Right.
Hello?
Exactly.
And like, God, I'm sorry. Like, you know, so I just wanted to speak that because I feel like sometimes when the years keep going, like in the first like couple of years, of course, I feel like it's very like on the mind, very prominent, you know, and then like life just keeps moving. And then you're like, okay, well, like, it's not to say it's ever going to be, it's just a different type of grief. It's just a different phase of the grief. It's not going to ever go away, but it almost like you just kind of start to almost normalize, like not having it. And then you have these moments of just like, what the heck is missing? And I promise, Angelique, when you have it, you're going to be like, I remember what Danielle said at this time.
Right.
Okay, so I just wanted to speak that out loud.
Yeah. And I have said that even, it's like, when was it? It was, I don't even remember. It was probably earlier this year. And I was like, okay, so I haven't heard you guys for a while, you know, or I'm not getting the rainbows or the coins or, you know, whatever. And I was like, where are you guys? And my younger son says, because you're not paying attention, Mom. Mm-hmm. You got too busy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You learned the lesson to slow down. You learned the lesson to be aware, but then you got too busy. And if we're not intentionally paying attention, mm-hmm. then we miss it.
Exactly.
And those liminal spaces, like you talked about, you know, when we take that moment to pause, that's when I hear them the most.
Yes.
And my younger son was Air Force. So he tells me constantly, watch the sky. You haven't looked up. Look up, Mom. Look up.
I cry because I get that message too sometimes. Like we're looking down, right? Especially like us on our phones. I get that all the time where I'm like, I'm just always looking down. And I remember like a very clear message of like, you need to look up. And then like I just look up and I'm like, oh my God, like you just kind of like forget. Like there's such a big world and it's like such a beautiful, it's just such a beautiful reminder. I'm just gonna kind of turn my camera off and turn it back on. Such a beautiful reminder of like how spirit speaks through all of us, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And he sends me clouds, you know, like I'll post pictures every so often. It was a few weeks ago. I was just sitting at my table looking out the window, you know, and we had had a bunch of rain in the desert, which is not normal this time of year. And I look up and there's like two holes in the cloud that sun is shining through, and I'm like, wow, that's really creepy. It looks like eyes. And I took a picture and then I'm like, oh, that's my kid because he was my creepy one. He was my middle child and he's the one who always peek around corners and hide, you know, and pick on everybody. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Hi.
I love it. I love it.
It's fun.
I see all of my beautiful friends are here.
I see.
Hello. Hi, Nicole. She says, I'm resonating with this so much with my mom. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Angelique, I know you and I connected earlier this year, and I'm off camera because I was exercises this morning when this started. So I currently have a weighted vest on and probably not looking ideal at this moment. But I know you and I connected earlier this year, and I can't remember which mentor circle was a part of your story. I knew that you lost one of your children. I didn't realize you had lost both over the span of 2 years. But it reminded, as you were speaking earlier, it reminded me of a story I heard about Billy Bob Thornton, who, you know, he lost his brother almost 40 years ago now, and says, it's okay to be sad. Like he's still, even when he's at the height of his career, he's like, I'm half happy and I'm half sad, and that's okay. Yes. Because he had such a strong and close relationship with his brother. And so when you were speaking about grief, so often we want life to be a straight line. We want it to be that easy path where it's like, okay, I'm denying it. I'm angry, I'm sad, and now I've accepted it. And so like the U curve, as you can see online. But the reality is grief, and I just realized this today, grief is more like Groundhog Day, the film.
Yes.
Where, as Danielle was saying, where time keeps passing and marching on, but the days kind of flow together. And it's almost like some days will be great, but then you wake up again in the same day. And then you just are like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Why can't I get through this? Yes. But that's okay, because as you both were mentioning, there are lessons to be learned. And whether it's, you know, the lessons I have to learn are how to better connect with their spirits or with myself, or learn how to come to an even state with what has happened, and how we can, as you both said, look up instead of looking at the past and remaining stuck there. How do we then focus on the present, and how do we focus on the future? You know, the past always has lessons to teach us, but that's not where we live. We live in the present, and those the different connection pieces that you were mentioning about your sons, where they leaving you rainbows and leaving you coins, those are almost like those stepping stones or guides to the future. As soon as you get those connection points, you're going to be like, okay, now I know what I need to do next. Right. Whereas when we are looking at our feet the entire time, it bows us forward, and it makes it hard for us to stand up straight and stand in our power. And I am glad for you that you had your support system, because you're right. We can grieve anything. We can grieve weight loss, which is crazy because it's loss, and grief stems from loss. So what we often tend to do in society today is isolate. And I know this is true of men more than women, but I know plenty of women to isolate as well, because we don't want to be a burden for others. And so then we feel we have to carry that emotional burden ourselves, but that just makes us weaker, and that just drags us down further into our grief, almost like we're being pulled into quicksand. And sometimes what you need to break free is to reach out that hand and say, hey, I need help. I don't need you to fix it. I just need you to listen and let me know that I'm not alone. And that's
Right.
why,
Or just be there.
Yeah. Right. Well, I'm not necessarily saying like that I'm not alone in that you're grieving with me, but you're right. Just be that body, be that presence, be willing to sit in the mud with me, so that there's another energy force here with me. And then I've got somebody that I can lean on when I need to. And so I know I'll get through this.
Right.
That's why I'm really excited to be here for this summit today.
Awesome. I'm excited too. Like I said, like half of you, well, 4 of you, I have not even heard your stories for the most part. Dr. Tanya, she did my podcast a few weeks ago, so I got to connect with her a little bit there, and she's amazing. We had such a blast. And so I'm super, super excited to get to know everybody. It's going to be awesome today. And I appreciate you guys helping me fill this in. We were like talking earlier before we went live about how everything just channels through perfectly. And, I have learned not to stress out about the plans and how things are going to go, because I'm not in control. It doesn't matter. It just stresses me out. So I have to learn to just let everything flow. And Bobby's coming. He said he will be here as soon as he can. And this was amazing.
Yeah. To your point about not sure how this is going to go, since I'm the anchor, this might just wonderful summit and then turns into a glorious train wreck right at the end. So I'm super excited. I'm super excited to drag this whole thing down for everyone.
You know what? Train wrecks, everybody stops and looks. So I'm all for it.
Let's just gasp in awe at the carnage that has happened.
Exactly. But it makes people stop and pay attention.
So funny.
I am absolutely glad that the comments are working, especially from
Me
we
too.
can see all of them coming through Facebook. So to echo what Angelique said, if you guys, thanks for letting us know what you think about what we're saying. And I can only speak for myself, but if you have questions when I'm up later this afternoon, by all means throw them out there. Or if you just want to, make fun of what I'm talking about, that works too, because I will engage back. So just letting you know.
Right. Oh, and I forgot, you and I had talked about, we have a disclaimer that we are not safe for work and probably not safe for small children, because I have no filters, and language probably will not, because I know half of my speakers are the same way. So you might not want to put us on speakerphone if you're at work or around small children.
It says truth teller on your title, so that's right. It's like, I'm just gonna be real with you. No BS here.
So when the F-bombs start dropping, what Angelique is saying is you only have yourself to blame if you get in trouble.
That's right. And fuck is my favorite word, because it's a noun, it's a verb, it's an adjective, and it is I am a 5/1 emotional generator, so I came to disrupt.
Mhm.
And that word makes people stop in their tracks and say, oh, you're my people, or oh, I don't like you, I'm triggered, and you can just go away and stay out of my energy. So I love it.
Mhm. Yeah, it like what's the word? It like obviously like activates the people who are meant to hear the message, and then it repels the rest. So it's like a
Exactly.
perfect little filtration system for you. I love it.
Yeah,
I
it's
also have the
awesome.
5 line, and it's a 3/5 though, so it's like supposed to
Oh,
be
yes.
the unconscious. Yeah. But I'm an emotional
Thank you, Violet.
projector. Yeah. So I get the projection field. So I get people who have their opinions, and I'm like, oh, that's not what I meant or what I said, but okay. But yeah, I think that just to kind of like add to, I feel like a lot of people, I see like Nicole, Violet, Calliope, like people who are here, people don't know what we're doing. So I kind of want to just like let them know that this is going to be an all day. Well, it's not all day, but it's definitely like going to be an all day event.
It is all day.
It is pretty much all day. Yeah. So just so any one of my followers like know, we're going to be, this is kind of like the opening ceremony. We're going to have different speakers. We're mainly talking about this 2025 being the year of the snake and shedding and releasing. And it's going to be like a big ceremony with different speakers. So I just kind of wanted to like say that because I saw Violet was like, I don't know what we're doing, but I'm here. And I'm like, I hope no one just like is like, how long is this gonna go? And it's like,
Right.
this is an all day thing, guys. So I'm gonna be speaking in a little bit, but I just wanted to like let people know because I feel like it's gonna be live on my page, and they're like, how long is this gonna be?
Right. We will take a break for lunch and give you guys time to, have an hour to go take a break and breathe and eat. But yeah, grab your coffee, do whatever. We're just kind of filling time right now because my first speaker is funny because he's never ever late. but yeah, it's perfect because this is beautiful. Just having the conversations and just letting things channel through. And
Violet, she's like, I got no.
Yay! Fuck it. Okay, you are like my new best friend, Violet.
She's the best. I love it.
So
awesome.
it's funny, Danielle, when you said like your followers are watching. I just I just ended up having this image of like during the first part up until you finish speaking, the amount of people watching will be like 100 or so, and then once you're done, everybody's like, we're out.
No, Nick and I are really close friends too. She'll stay.
Oh, no. I definitely, it was just funny because I didn't really get to like tell people that I was a part of this. So that's why I'm like, surprise, I'm here. I feel like every time though, they're like, what is she doing now? What are we talking about? Who's she with? And it's like, I'm just going to let you guess my next move, guys. I'm sorry.
Right.
Oh,
awesome.
Goodness gracious. Yeah.
And like I said, it's all divinely perfect because we can't control anything. I love Loving What Is, the book by Byron Katie. And I talk a lot about staying in your own business. And that's where I got this, was from her book. So she says there's 3 types of business. God's business, which we have no business meddling in because we can't change anything there anyway. And other people's business, and that's not for us to meddle in either, because if we're over here in other people's business, then who's minding our business? And so learning that this is my business, or staying in my lane and not worrying about the chaos over here, and letting God deal, or spirit or whatever, deal with that, you know, it frees us so much. And that was one of my biggest 2025 lessons, is to learn to stand in my power and stay in my business.
Mhm.
And as a mom of 10 kids, that is really hard, because I have been the rock, and I have been the safety net and the rescuer and the fixer, and learning to that if I'm always doing that for them as adults, they're not learning their lessons and following their soul contracts,
Mhm.
because I'm always there interfering. But if I stand in my power and work on an energetic level, and I'm not engaged in that chaos, then they can learn their lessons. But when they are ready to ask for support, I can be that lighthouse in the dark. And that was really hard for me, because I'm still a recovering people pleaser. And when you've been mom for 40 years and always been the one to catch everybody and fix everything, it's really hard to step back and say, nope, I'm done.
Mhm.
This is not mine to take on.
Well, if I may, Angelique, you never stop being
No,
mom.
no, never.
It's rather, and I love what you're saying, because it's so true, so on point with the topics of discussion today, which is the identity that we wear.
Yes.
Yes.
And when you call yourself, or I'm the people pleaser, and especially with this being the last shedding for this 9-year cycle that we've been discussing, those are all things that it's like, does this serve you moving forward? Now,
Right.
you being mom, that's never going to go away
No.
unless you just decide, like, fuck it, I don't want to be around any of my kids ever again, and you just abandon them or something like that, which I know you wouldn't do. But being mom is a mantle you'll always wear, but at the same
Yes.
time, it doesn't necessarily, all of those other pieces that you've tacked on to that mantle are pulling that you're not necessarily
Yes.
wanting to go. And you'd mentioned, like, staying in your lane, or avoiding the chaos over here, or things like that. What so many of us fail to recognize and acknowledge is presence is our superpower. And
Yes.
being aware of where we are and what is so powerful as a mom, as a parent, and as a person, because too often when we get pulled in various directions, it's because we're stuck in too focused on the future, and we lose sight of where we're at in the moment.
Mhm.
And I know Danielle is frozen, because there's no way she could have held that face.
No, I'm
I
like,
don't know. I was like, did you put a picture up there, or are you frozen?
I feel like I'm gonna keep my camera off just for a little bit to see, like, let it calibrate, because I like the way how Craig's thing. You know how when you're talking, the circle gets bigger, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's fun.
kind of like that.
I
It's like
just
a speaker.
it the way you're picturing. I was actually in a training with one of my mentors this past week, and there was a person, and I can't show you because I'm off camera, but she just had this, like, smile and raised eye held for 90 minutes of a 2-hour training, and I was like, there's no way. I was like, this person's freaking me out. And then seeing your camera frozen like that, as I was watching Angelique speak, I kept looking over, and I was like, she still has the same smile. So there's no way.
Yes.
She's got to be frozen, because
Oh
anybody
no.
who's able to freeze and hold that position for that long I was
Oh
like,
my
they're not
goodness.
human. They're not human. So
Right?
I mean, it is
Well,
debatable.
at least it's
I
a
imagine.
beautiful one.
yeah, I mean, it's a great smile, but at the same
Yes.
time, it's just like, okay, little bit of movement, maybe. She's not even blinking. So
Right?
I know, and I'm so animated when I speak, or I just have the facial expression. So it's just anytime I'm freezing, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be frozen in the weirdest way.
Right. All my thumbnails, when you do the videos and they choose a thumbnail for your video, and it's like,
Yeah.
why?
Yeah.
Why do you pick the weirdest faces to freeze?
Yeah, exactly. When you're like editing the videos and you're like, none of these are good.
Yes,
It's like,
exactly.
I don't want any of these. Oh man.
because weird is the new.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I'm so excited to be here. I'm going to jump off because I got to finish my workout that I stalled for the past 45 minutes to have this conversation with you. No regrets, but I'm going to go back to working out. I hope, Danielle, your time slot goes wonderful. Angelique, I know today is zing, and I will see you both later this afternoon. And thanks for everybody for your comments and tuning in today. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Bye, Craig. Thank you.
See you later.
I hope okay. Yeah, see, it just needs a little calibration.
Right. What is your time slot, Danielle? Do you just want to start your...
I can, yeah.
That would be awesome. And then when Bobby gets in, we'll just have him go next.
Okay.
I am going to try something first. I'm going to try to stop and start the recording so that I don't have to go and do clips later.
Okay, let's do it.
If it'll let me anyway. Oh, maybe it won't. Okay. I guess not.
To record through Restream?
Well, I wanted to block it out, and so that you guys could each have your time slot in a separate recording, but I'll just go do it later. It's not, I don't see how I can stop it.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure if I can do anything on my side either, but that's okay.
I don't know. I have not played in Restream that much, so it's probably something I should learn better. Even I've been using it for like a year, but
I like it. I was thinking about it. I'm like,
I love it.
This is actually really, really cool. So I'm definitely.
I really love it.
I'm here for it,
and it's cheaper than Zoom.
What? Okay, well,
yeah,
that's we'll have that side story. We'll have that side combo. All right. Well. Hello, everybody who is here live. I'm so grateful for everyone who gets to watch the replay. Again, for those who don't know me, my name is Danielle Rosato. I am an intuitive astrologer, and I'm going to be talking to you today about 2025. And we talked about how this is, the last shedding. It's going to be a ceremony of releasing and letting go of this year so that we can prepare for 2026. And I know that for those who aren't familiar with astrology, I've been speaking all year about how this was one of those years that it was meant to feel like liminal space. It was meant to feel like the in-between. And I feel like I mentioned this earlier, and I'm going to mention it again. Like when I'm speaking about what the planets are doing, I just want to give everyone a perspective that I'm always going to bring it back down to earth and keep it very grounded and relatable so that it's not just like astrology lingo, right? Because sometimes once we start speaking in that language, it could start to feel like, well, how does that apply to my actual life of what happened? So I'm going to, do my best to really ground in some of these themes because there were a lot of them that spoke to this year being this time for completion, this time for actually the word that comes to me is transcendence, right? We needed to actually let things kind of go and like accept and, you know, release and bless and move on. And that can feel really like disorienting when we're at this like actual end to a cycle, but we're kind of straddling in between like the old world and the new world. And we're just like not necessarily in one versus the other. We're actually like straddling in between. And so the word that comes to me is like transcendence, because, you know, the North Node being the destiny placement, the North Node entered Pisces back in January. And when that happened, that was just the beginning of all of the things that needed to be dissolved, all of the things that needed to be really just like let go of. It started to come to like our awareness, right? Like it was like really just, okay, it was like an emotional journey, honestly, of like, okay, I recognize that there are certain pieces of myself that don't connect with that anymore, or I can't attach myself to that anymore, or I can't control that aspect of my life anymore. So there's really nothing left for me to do but surrender. There's really nothing left for me to do but accept the things that I can't change. There's nothing left for me to do but just like feel the, you know, emotions that come up when I think about this no longer being a part of my life. And it starts to be a journey of really needing to go within. That's what the North Node in Pisces taught us, of like, can you truly like look within and ask yourself, like, is this something that you are going to continue to take with you? Or is this something that you are going to accept that it's no longer a part of your story and it's not going to come with you into the future? And I loved when Craig earlier was talking about how we're always looking to the past, right? And there's, you know, we're not living there anymore. We have to try to be as present as we can. And then, of course, the here and now is all we have. And then that's going to create our future, right? And I do believe that that was also a lesson with the North Node in Pisces this year that taught us how Pisces is a sign of memory. It's a sign of nostalgia. There's a lot of emotional undercurrents related to things from our past. It's the last sign of the zodiac. So it already went through this whole journey, right? Where it's like, okay, this is like the final stop. And what happens at the final stop is usually you look behind you or you look where you just came from, and you see all the like different things that you've already done, all of the people that were a part of your life, all of the different, you know, timelines that you know, chose. The way I see it is like, you know, we're always like in this place of, they talk about jumping timelines, like we're collapsing timelines. And it's like, yeah, that's a real thing, right? Like thinking even back to like 2020 to now, like we're in a whole different world, right? And some people are still kind of like living as if like nothing happened, and some people are grieving really hard, like what the hell just happened? Like everyone's on different timelines right now. And so what happens when we are in this space of like, okay, I'm in like, you know, a new job or a new place to live or a new relationship, or I'm single for the first time, or I just lost someone really close to me, or whatever these like big transitions and big changes are, to me, that's like you are jumping into a new timeline. You're entering a new era. Like, and there's parts of that change that can feel very sudden. It can feel abrupt. And, you know, this is where the nervous system is so important. Because if we're talking about the North Node being in Pisces, we also are talking about the South Node being in Virgo. The North and the South Node are working on an axis together. And so for anyone who's not familiar with astrology, the North and the South Node are, you know, aspects of our fate. And that's showing us on a collective level what we are destined to learn, what we are destined to, you know, kind of heal and, you know, move through some of the themes in our lives that are going to start showing up. So when I'm talking about the North Node being in Pisces, being this very like deep emotional healing journey of things that we need to surrender and let go of, things we can no longer attach to, but things that we're also like remembering and missing from our past that we have to like accept that it's not coming with us. We also had the South Node in Virgo, that the Virgo energy was really teaching us like the parts of us that want that plan. It wants structure. It wants to know what's going to happen next. It wants to have things in order. It wants to just essentially like control the narrative. But when we can't control things, which we understand, if there's anything 2025 taught us, it's that we are not in control of what's happening. Things happened so quickly in the world. We saw how fast all of what we thought we knew society and like how things are run, and like, you know, just so much changed so quickly. The laws changed, you know, like there were things that felt like taken away from us. Like, I'm not going to get political here, but, you know, we recognize that like we went through a lot of transition in a very like quick period of time, and that's very dysregulating to the nervous system, especially for the people who are so locked into like things being the way they are, or just like having that knowing of like, okay, well, this is just how the world works, or this is just how, you know, I'm meant to be. This is how I'm meant to make money. This is how I'm meant to take care of myself. I want to make sure, I'm just going to kind of turn off the screen for a minute. You know, like people have their set routines. People have their just like knowing of what their day-to-day life is going to be like. And when that feels threatened, or when that feels like, you know, someone else is kind of calling the shots, or like, you know, things are kind of changing around you, then it's definitely going to be a relationship to your body, your nervous system, like your sense of grounding, you know, to that is going to be asked of you, right? Like so that to me is what the North and the South Node really taught us this year. It was the connection between the emotional and psychological needs of humans to have a sense of order, or a sense of like security in knowing like what is next. But then when things are kind of up in the air, and things are confusing, and things are just kind of changing so quickly, then it's also like we need to really just come back to, well, what can I control? And I feel like the only things that people were really like understanding of what can I control is how I'm taking care of myself, how I'm, you know, taking care of my body, how, you know, their relationship with their mental health, their relationship with, you know, just the things that they can do on a day-to-day basis to have those like more mindfulness practices, and to, you know, take a deeper breath, to think about the things that actually matter in their lives, to like, you know, really focus back on their values. And I think that, you know, I know for me, I went through that. I had to really come to terms with like what actually matters. If things are changing at such a rapid pace, then, you know, what really matters to me? And let me make sure that I'm not just like chasing an old dream or chasing an old version of myself, but I'm actually like coming to the present moment and really being intentional with like who I am now, and feeling all the grief and all of the emotions of like how different of a person I am today than I was last year, than I was a couple years ago, than I, you know, like it's just so much life happened. And I feel like, I'm just going to try to come back on camera. I feel like when so much life happens, and you look in the mirror and you have that moment where you're like, I don't even know who I am anymore, or I don't even know what I need anymore. I don't even know like where my future is going, or like what am I doing? Like I feel like the North Node in Pisces created a lot of kind of this, again, this feeling of liminal space. It's like a limbo space of, okay, well, I can essentially go anywhere or do anything, but I also feel like I'm just needing to really tune in with the connection with myself, connection with my, you know, what we were talking about earlier, communication with spirit, communication with your higher self, and like not like really just like not trying to control the narrative from like what your ego is like, this is what you should be doing, or this is, you know, what you did wrong, or anything like that. Like it's not, it couldn't come from that place. It had to come from a place of where Pisces is, where it's like compassion and forgiveness and unconditional love and actual true connection with what you are doing and who you are being. And I feel like because this was such a disorienting year, a lot of people were trying to avoid that deeper feeling that this year was asking of us. It was asking of us to create the spaciousness so that we can actually feel, to heal these different parts of our old versions of self so that we can make room for the new version of self. And so I do want to put into perspective of other reasons why this year felt liminal and felt like we were straddling in between worlds. It wasn't just the North and the South node, which I also want to add because I didn't say it, but the North and the South node create eclipses. And when we are talking about eclipse season, or when the eclipses happen, that's usually when it's the most prominent of like a big life event is happening in your life, or something is, you know, fated to change or just kind of occur that's going to change your timeline in some way. So I want to have you think, before I go a little bit deeper into what the other planets were doing this year, I would love for you to reflect back on these specific dates. Okay, I'm just going to kind of go into, I'm going to go on my thing here. So we had eclipses in 2025 that were they were closing out the old cycle and they were beginning the new cycle. So the closing out of the old cycle was when the North and the South node were in Aries and Libra, which also very much shifted the relationship to the self. It very much like was having us look at themes of identity, themes of what we attach ourselves to, and the relationships that were changing in our lives. So whether that was a romantic partnership, a friendship, a child, a parent, or just like any, one that you're close with that you may have had relationship with that was essentially changing. And then that changed how you think about yourself. That changed how independent you are within your life, and not like having so much of that role or responsibility of being a part of someone else's path, right? Like, so there was a little bit of that separation within our relationships, and it kind of brought us to needing to find ourselves and believe in ourselves and know who we are, essentially like detached from that person or from that narrative. Now, that was on March 29th of this year. We had that last final eclipse in Aries. And I feel that that was when, March was such a big month of truly like we are about to step into a new chapter of identity in our lives. And it was going to feel like this like final test, or this final, kind of initiation, this final challenge we need to move through in order to truly trust like what you're doing, the actions you're taking, and like, how you're moving for yourself, not for everybody else, but for yourself, is going to be rapidly different than what you were doing before. So I feel like March of 2025 was such a pivotal month because of this final eclipse. But we also had, just the day afterwards, we had Neptune enter Aries for the first time in, God knows, I think it was like the 1700s, the 1800s. Like, we haven't had Neptune in Aries in our lifetimes. So what happens is when these outer planets enter a new sign, that is within itself going to teach you we are closing out something from however many years ago, right? Neptune was in Pisces since 2011. So, these larger cycles that we are closing out, and then we are entering a new cycle that we've never actually experienced in our lifetime. We can only look back to certain history of what was happening the last time that Neptune was in Aries, right? So that's how astrologers make their predictions, because they're looking back at the last time this happened. And so we actually were experiencing that with almost, I think it was all of the outer planets. We already had Pluto that entered Aquarius last year for good. It wasn't going to be going back and forth retrograde anymore. It was just going to have a straight shot through Aquarius. And that within itself, when that first really started, which was November of 2024, again, that was the groundbreaking transit that was this is going to shift the collective in such a big way. It's going to completely destruct any type of things that are not just, they're not fair, it's kind of like the power of the people, right? We understood that the revolution of our society is being awakened right now. And so I think on a personal level, we understood that that meant we were potentially going to shift, the relationships in our life, because Aquarius is also the community that we have, and the support systems and the friendships and the people that we want to be around. And I feel if you felt kind of separated from people in your circles, that was also not just what I was talking about earlier with the eclipses, but also because of Pluto and Aquarius. So we already had that be the indicator to kind of start off the year. Then we had Neptune enter Aries, which was at the end of March. And again, that was such a huge, just shift into, okay, we're releasing now, all of the different pieces that we've been carrying since 2011. And Neptune is a planet that, kind of represents the destiny of 2025, right? Neptune is the ruler of Pisces. And if the North Node was in Pisces this year, then we also understand okay, there were themes of Neptune that we really needed to address, which was not only our healing path, but our ability to really connect spiritually with ourselves, with each other, and connect with our dreams, and connect with our subconscious, and connect with our ideas of what we desire. I think of Neptune as a planet of manifestation, and really having that it's just the beautiful feeling of I have this idea, I have this dream, this is what I desire, but I can connect with it without necessarily it being here now. And I feel Neptune and Pisces really taught us that, right? That was the journey from 2011 to now, that Neptune and Pisces taught us that. But then things start to feel very disorienting when you're just in the dreamer energy, and you're just you're connecting with it, you can feel it, you can have the energy of it, but you're not actually taking action towards it, right? It's just a little bit more of a liminal space of I know that this is what I want, I know this is what I can feel is possible for me, but I don't necessarily have the energy towards actually taking action towards this, right? I journaled on it. I, visualized it. I connected with my spirit guides over it. I did all of the energy work around it, but I don't actually feel that I have any more energy towards making this a reality. So I feel like when Neptune entered Aries at the end of March, right after that eclipse, it was kind of this jumpstart energy into, well, now you have to do something about it. Now you have to stop just dreaming about it and you have to start actually taking action. And you're going to do it in a way that you're taking all the lessons that you've learned from the past of what didn't work. And if you procrastinated, or if you just kind of like, got lost in the sauce with it, but you didn't actually move forward with it, well, now you're going to take all those lessons and you're actually destined to like, let's go, right? Like we need to put a little spark to this fire here. And so I feel like that was such a pivotal moment. But what happened was then one after the other, more outer planets kept changing signs. So when these outer planets are changing signs, they are changing all of what's happening for the collective. And again, it can feel like a lot is happening back to back to back to back. A lot of changes were just like this compound effect. We didn't really get a chance to breathe. We didn't get a chance to process. We didn't get a chance to really reflect on what actually just happened. We were just like in this process of like, okay, that's over. You got to move to the next thing, move to the next thing, move to the next thing. And I feel like because of that, the first 6 months of the year was just such rapid like shifts into the new. But then the second half of 2025, the planets then started retrograde and went back into where they were before. So this is why I said we were kind of straddling in between worlds, because we were getting tastes of what 2026 and beyond is going to be like, but we were also like not there yet. We were told like, okay, this has to end first, and then this can potentially begin, but you're still maybe confused on what that means, what that's going to look like, and how you're going to do it. But again, I'm also going to ask you to surrender, because you don't have the clarity yet. You don't have the energy towards this yet. You don't have the exact action steps you're going to be taking. So you're just going to have to also really be honest with yourself on, are you trying to take action on someone, like a version of you from your past that is outdated? You're not connected with that anymore. That's like, you have to really be honest with yourself on like, am I trying to attach to my past, or am I being brave enough to really like trust that something new for me is being asked of me, but I'm going to be taking action in a whole new way. And I'm going to need to make sure that I'm not just, what's the word? Like, I'm not just like talking about the potential of it, and I'm actually applying what I'm saying I want so that I can move forward. But I feel like in 2025, we really didn't get that much of a chance to start a whole new chapter in our lives, because just when we were like told that it's time, we need to like do something different, we need to do something new, then planets went retrograde and we had to go back into unfinished business, closing out things from our past, again, feeling and healing and processing. And I feel like that is so difficult. It's so hard, because for those who just want to move forward and they want clarity and they just want to, move on, like they don't want to keep revisiting things from their past, then it's difficult, because there's, that's where life is not a straight line. Like what Craig was saying earlier, it's not linear order. Life is cyclical. And if there's anything that astrology teaches me, it's that we live a very cyclical world. And, these planets changing signs teach us about the cycles. They teach us about how things, that's why they say history repeats itself, right? It teaches you about like the bigger journey, and you can see the bigger storyline of, what you were needing to learn and what you were like really just needing to give yourself grace on, because there are certain seasons for everything. There's certain years for everything. And, sometimes we want to just keep progressing and keep growing and expanding and going bigger. And we have such big goals and big dreams. But then there's also times where, years like 2025, where it's like, well, that was the year that everything changed. Did I do all the things that I said I wanted to do? Did I hit every single resolution? Did I, even accomplish anything that I truly desired? Maybe not, right? I feel like a lot of people this year just had a moment of like, this was the year that my identity truly, like, I needed to let go of the things that I no longer felt aligned to, or it just didn't feel like me anymore. And I needed to grieve that. And I also kind of got little hints of who I could be or the potential of what I want. But I also needed to give myself a lot of forgiveness and grace, because I didn't really get the chance to start it, or I didn't get the chance to take action on it the way I wanted to. I wasn't as consistent as I would have wanted to be, because I was healing so much and because I was just needing to rest. And, I do sense we talked a little bit about isolation in the opening ceremony. I feel like people did feel isolated this year. People felt alone. And this is where, we were talking about the importance of, having that person you can reach out to when you are feeling like, wow, I don't even recognize myself anymore, or I don't even know what I need anymore. I just need to have someone hold space for me. I need to just, have someone who can listen. That's a part of I feel Pluto and Aquarius that is also, it's kind of separating us from each other. Aquarius is that sense of community, but Aquarius can also feel like they are different from everybody else. And, that they're kind of the odd one out. And I feel like Pluto in Aquarius really taught a lot of us about how are we connecting with our people. And, if you feel that you were a little burnt out from social media, I noticed a lot of people this year were just burnt out with being online all the time. And that was also a huge lesson of Pluto in Aquarius and Neptune in Pisces, where again, it's like, what's important to me? And if I don't feel connected with these people who are, from all different parts of the world, and sure, I'm so grateful that social media connects people who may have never connected in the real world. But then there's also the aspects of, have I just been connecting with people online and I haven't really been connecting with people in person? And what does that do to someone when they are healing? Right? What does that do to our emotional and psychological layers of the human when we feel like everything is kind of just this AI generated world, right? When we're just kind of very digitally connecting, but we're not actually having the human touch. We're not holding space for each other energetically in person. What does that do to a person? And, there's just so much of that overstimulation that I feel people were experiencing with the digital spaces. And they were really craving more of that quietness, more of that stillness, and, connection with nature, connection with spirit that has nothing to do with, just being around a bunch of people all the time or being on Facebook or whatever all the time, but more how do I, connect with myself and connect with, what's next for me, and connect with spirit in a way that is so sacred and it's personal, and, that requires less noise, that requires less stimulation. less planning, less knowing. And I think that this is where, this was such a turning point. It was such a turning point for everybody because we needed to just kind of come to terms with that. We needed to come to terms with like, okay, it may be a little bit more quiet in my world, but it's because I'm creating more peace for myself. And it may look different, especially for I'm an entrepreneur, my business is run mainly all through social media. And I really had to, change that relationship for the sake of my mental health, for the sake of, prioritizing myself in new ways. And I had to detach from this idea of what I'm supposed to be doing in order to be successful. And I really needed to trust that what I'm doing to take care of myself is enough. And that, resting is also productive. And that, if I just keep chasing and going, that I'm not really connecting with what I'm supposed to be doing here and now. That's, actually in alignment with my path. And something I wanted to mention before I go into the comments is, I do sense that there were a lot of roadblocks this year, a lot of potential timelines, things that could have given you hope, things that could have felt like, I think of like the Pisces, almost like a mirage, it's like an illusion where it's like, ooh, like that looks cool, or ooh, I just got invited to that could completely change my life. And then it's either not what it seems, or something gets interfered, or you just may not have followed through with it as much as you wish you would have. And I think some of the confusion within the North Node in Pisces is like, but why? Why did I get invited to that? Or why did I, why was I on that timeline and then it didn't work out? Something got in the way. Why? And I feel like a lot of people ask that question when there are things that just genuinely, like, we cannot know all the answers to. We're not going to know all the answers to why things get detoured, or why you needed to pivot, or why you just were in a process of evolution. And I feel like there are such beautiful lessons in surrendering to really knowing why. And that's the mystery of Pisces. We're not going to always know why things couldn't work out. And I feel that that's the, like I said, the transcendence of that knowing. It's like I have to just accept that there are certain things I will never really understand why they needed to work out that way, but I know that it was for a bigger purpose. And so if you were experiencing a lot of roadblocks this year, or just, again, like wanting to try something new, you're having the courage to put yourself in new spaces, but then like you felt that you were also just like not really moving forward as progressively as you wish you could have. I just really want you to recognize, like, the 2026 year is going to be so rapidly different in the actual like progression of how we're moving forward, but we needed to accept the roadblocks from this year and not bring that energy of guilt or shame or the could have, should have, would have timelines. We cannot bring that with us into the new year. We're going to have to really just let it go. And the North Node will stay in Pisces until the summer of 2026, until July of 2026. And I think it's important to know that, like, we're going to have the eclipses, in February and August. Like, we're going to have eclipses that are going to finalize this chapter of the North Node in Pisces and the South Node in Virgo. But I do sense that if you are giving yourself, that spaciousness to still, like, connect within and not rush to the next chapter right away, but also know that, like, as soon as January and February, we're going to be in a very different energy. Like, it's not going to be so much of like water. It's not going to be Neptune and Saturn in Pisces anymore. It's going to be Neptune and Saturn in Aries. I do sense we're going to have just so much more of that like internal knowing of what you're stepping into next. It's just going to feel a lot less muddled with the past, a lot less enmeshed with the past. I feel like a lot of that karma is clearing. A lot of the like things that we needed to revisit and things we needed to heal is going to just start to naturally have this alchemical process. And I just feel like, you know, by the time we reach February and March of next year, you know, we are going to kind of start finalizing these last puzzle pieces, and you're going to start to notice like how that year of the horse is going to feel so much different than the year of the snake. And, you know, so I just wanted to speak to that, to give people a sense of hope, you know, that it's not to say that, you know, we're not going to still be in this journey of like, you know, what am I doing? Who am I now? And, you know, like all of those like deeper life questions. But I do sense that we're not going to feel so stuck in between both worlds. It will start to feel like we can actually move forward as soon as I feel like February is going to be such a turning point for all of us. And we're actually going to start to feel like we're building and we're not feeling so interfered with things from our past anymore. So I just want to see. You're narrating my life, Bobby says. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, double oofing this. Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to, I can't tell. Thank goddess. Yeah. Let me try to put my camera on. Sorry, I feel like that was the best because I I just started channeling and kind of I wasn't even looking at the comments. I was just looking into like the ethers, whatever. So yeah. So this year there were just a lot of lessons of like that finality, right? The finality, but then kind of going back into, you know, what brought you to that place. You know, you sure that you didn't like, you know, miss a beat. You have to sometimes like close out old loops from the past before we can officially move forward. And sometimes I feel like we think that we did that. And then there's like, you know, something that can potentially show up that is a mirror to like, actually, I avoided that step. Oh, that pattern is repeating again. I have to just like address this part before I can actually move on. So yeah, so just to close this out, because I know that, you know, I don't want to like ramble. I don't even know how long I've been talking, but to close this out, you know, when we are really transitioning into the new year. Yes, it's going to be a lot of fire. There's going to be a lot of themes of identity, a lot of themes of taking action and moving forward and believing in yourself and having the courage to start again and, you know, having the courage to actually move on and not just like constantly looking in your past. But it's also important that, you know, like today is about, with this ceremony, with these speakers, today is about really being intentional with the person you are today and like not trying to just dream of the future and, you know, set intentions for what's next without really, you know, just loving the version you are today that got you through this year and letting go of whatever guilt or whatever emotions come up when you are feeling like, dang, like what happened in 2025? You know, like, can you please try to celebrate something about this year for yourself today? Can you, you know, that can also be a part of the shedding, right? It's like, what parts of me did I forget to celebrate? You know, what parts of me did I, you know, just really like the lower vibrations overpowered me, but I like forgot the moments of joy and the moments of laughter. And, you know, there's so much that sometimes we get caught up in that we're like, what am I releasing? What am I releasing? I also want you to think about releasing the part of you that doesn't give yourself enough credit, releasing the part of you that, just really like forgets how resilient and strong you truly are, right? Like, don't just focus so much on like, the things that didn't work out or the things you can't control, and the things that you essentially healed through and potentially struggled through. But I also want you to think about the parts that got back up in the morning and the parts that didn't know what the hell you were doing and you showed up for yourself anyways. The parts for me where, again, like there were so many moments that I was like kind of feeling disconnected and lost. But then I did have those moments with my loved ones on the other side that confirmed that they're still here. And even though it didn't necessarily give me all of the clarity for what I'm doing, it did give me that feeling of connection that I was missing, right? So there are moments that even when they're so subtle and like sometimes we miss them, sometimes we forget them, sometimes like other bigger, emotions kind of overpower them. I just really want you to also think about the times this year that you did feel a level of support. You did feel like a moment you're like, I'm proud of myself for that, right? Because I just feel like we get so caught up in the idea of like what it means to be productive, what it means to like achieve a goal, or what it means to, have these resolutions for the new year. And it's like all of those little moments in between, we don't give ourselves credit for how we moved through that. And so I just wanted to kind of like speak to that for this last part of my segment so that you're, really just give yourself a big hug, give yourself a big hug. This year was not easy. And here's the thing. Some people had really amazing years. Like I said, we're all on different timelines. And like, that's the crazy part, right? Like some people, like they did have their dreams come true in really big ways. And they, met their person, or they felt like they found their home, or they built their family, they had children. Like some people had miracles happen for them this year. But other people, did have a lot of that, that healing that they needed to move through. And so wherever you are on your journey, I just, hope that you felt seen. There were moments of what I was speaking to resonated with you, and that you just, take today's ceremony to really just check in with yourself and just have deeper moments with who you were this year, what you need to let go of, but also what you get to be proud of. So thank you, my love. Oh, I can't hear you. Oh no. Hold on, Bobby. I can't hear you either. Is it me?
How about now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Jesus, why am I responding to this, Angelique? I'm just trying to get ready for my call, and Danielle just like is doing astrological surgery on me right now, and I'm like trying to just like relax, and like you just hit it so hard, sister. I'm so happy to just be.
Oh, thank you.
Why am I? Why did you put me live? I'm still getting ready, Angelique. Danielle, what a beautiful message. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Just personally, like I believe Nicole was having one of these as well. And I was like, what? And then I appreciate astrology so much. So nice to meet you. I'm Bobby.
Nice to meet you too.
And this is Angelique. Angelique, if you'd like to take over. I can't hear you. You don't know what happened to you either. Sometimes there's a little microphone circle with a little arrow underneath it. And then if you go there might be a choice of microphones you can choose. But can you do so? What's happening? Do you want me to just start going then?
I'm going to hop off, Bobby, but
Danielle, it was a
I'm gonna
blessing.
tune in on Facebook.
Yeah, thank you so much for your speak, for your talk.
You're welcome. I'm so glad it resonated. Thank you for having me.
There.
Oh, there you go. There you are.
The microphone icon would not work, but then there's a second one over in the list, and that worked. I don't know. That was weird. Thank you so much, Danielle. That was beautiful. And thank you for having conversation with me and Craig this morning. So that was an awesome opening.
Yes, I'm grateful to be a part of it. So I will be tuning in, supporting with all my love on Facebook. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay.
Welcome. How are you?
What was that? It was amazing.
That was mind-blowing, wasn't it?
Thank you so much, Danielle, one more time for that. That was just so cool. And hello, Angelique. How are you? Happy shedding.
Yes. Now the whole year kind of makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
And now I need to know her very more intimately for the rest of next year.
Agreed.
Yes, we definitely.
It almost just it demands a space to actually just like enjoy what was actually being said. Like,
yeah.
Usually, what happens is at the end of the year, we like to create like a respite space, a time, an energy for us to all just kind of relax. And this year, we had Jasmine, Sally almost died. Like it was a big year. So we moved, we put our family back together. Like all these big things happened, and then everything just like crashed at the end of the year. And it was just like, here we are building into this new generation, into this new space. And, you know, like being able to see the numbers, the planets, the charts, and everything, it's almost kind of like, oh, you know, you can appreciate the weather, but you still have a GPS, you still have some sort of a map. And when I was speaking to some of my astrology friends during some of these massive events, at the same time, I'm also dealing with clients going through things like the most challenging things that we've gone through ever, life and death, most expressive things we've ever gone through. Like my friend moves into his $6 million home. Like what is, like, you know, this entirety of everything. And I'm like, it's the 9. Like you get this big, huge number that says it's everything. And being able to just sort of map out a few of these papers, like I feel like, you know, it's just you and you're just sitting there being like, what? I'm naked. And you're like, yeah, put the first layer on, and then you put some clothing, and then you put the next layer on, and then you get a bit of more of the character. And then by the time you've got the full overlay, you know exactly where you're going, you know exactly how to get there, you have all of the information, all of the Wi-Fi, all of the energy. But then where we're missing pages. You know, and then somebody ripped a few pages off of us, and then someone scribbled some off and say, no, do this instead. And then next thing you know, you're like, I'm what's left of something. I know I'm supposed to get somewhere, but who told me, what was it again? And when you put back, and then it's like, yes, you're supposed to go to the bank. You're like, no, I'm not. And so there was a big challenge about what we were meant to do in our lives. And I like to think that when we get more of these conversations, we end up feeling more like appreciative that we've got that handbook or that guide. Like Angelique says, I'm definitely knowing you more intimately in 2026. That's so funny.
So I have you for my numerology. I have Chantel coming on later with HD and she connects it with business, and so now I have an astrologer. So 2026 is looking awesome, and it's my 8 year.
Yes, it is. You're going into a 9 year. Your birthday's on the 7th.
On October.
So October 7 equals 8. And so plus 2026 is going to be 9. So yes, for 10 months, you're soaring into a 9 energy from your 8. So you got like a full 10 months of this 8 power that you have finally stepped into this year. So it's kind of neat to like, how do we play your cycle as a teeter-totter on the January? So January happens somewhere, right? But I mean, it happens
Somewhere.
January. It's somewhere in the year. And then your birthday is the new year. Like, that's it. So we want to put January somewhere. I don't want to fix this. I want to put January somewhere underneath your birthday, because your birthday is New Year's Day. So you're the one who has to start that path on the 8th as of October 7th. And then because 2025 was a 9, so we had an easy number. Okay, so 9 melted away, and 1 plus 7, that was your chart. So everybody in 2025 had this massive lesson, because it was what your birthday says. It wasn't just what this year says. It says, who are you? And of course, that's what you have to do if you go through a plane terminal or a security device or anything. Goes, doot, doot, doot. You're like, you're not taking that with you. And you're like, oh, come on, it's not a big deal. They're like, no, okay. And then you're like, all right, I have to clean myself to go into the next dimension. Otherwise, I'm stuck here. I'm not going to go into the next space of my life. So it was pretty cool to appreciate all of this stuff that we're doing, man. Like, this is really cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So you're going to be inside of now, but what happens in January? Because 2026, the next part of the teeter-totter shows up and says, let's do things that are new. And we just got a pretty powerful look from Danielle about the good, the bad, the ugly, the watch out for, the, it was so great. I mean, I sometimes, in numerology, guys, I hate to be so negative, because I'm really always negative in my life. I'm always like, hey, this needs to be done. Come on, what's going on with this? But when it comes to numerology, I only ever add up things positively. Like, I don't want to subtract in numerology, but that is one of my biggest downfalls, I think, is that I haven't ever I could, if you ever wanted to look, what does it mean to like go negative in your numerology and, start subtracting things. And this is where we have our lessons to learn. So when I look at sort of the guides or the messages or the signs on this, they help relieve me, because I don't want to look into the future. I want to look, how do I get better? How do I become so powerful in any kind of like situation that I know the equation, I know the algorithm. And this is why numerology really took me so far away from my direct sales business. Like, I was supposed to do network marketing, and then I ended up getting into speaking and training. And it wasn't like I was getting into it. That was what I did everywhere. Like, no matter what I was doing in my life, I was speaking, training, coaching, developing sales results, making people, my bosses, happy, or humiliating them and getting fired. So that was like my game. I was either, wow, you're the guy, we're going to get you promoted. And then one manager's like, who the hell is this guy? You're fired. I'm like, what? I just got here. And they're like, yeah, we don't like you. They're like, oh. And then another time it was the other way around, where I took over their job and they got fired. And then it was another time where I was like, I don't like this anymore. I'm leaving for another job. Someone recruited me for another place. So I just kept on bouncing along thinking like, I can't hold a job. What's going on? And then from that point afterwards, when I found my friend and he like said, let's do this business. I'm like, I can't do anything else. Like, I have to do something. Like, I can't even keep a job. And then I ended up getting into his water business. And I didn't know. I thought he was just selling some kind of small thing. And little did I know he's going to turn into an organization of like tens and thousands of people. And we would do this for over 10 years to help people create value in their lives and harmony inside of their birthdays. And like, I didn't realize it was going to be numerology. I was just thought we were going to do water. But then we got into this whole point as to why I wasn't successful. This is why you can't do this. I'm like, what do you mean? Don't tell me why I can't do this. And then I started to study this conversation, and I didn't hear exactly why I couldn't do this. I heard a bunch of things that I never even told myself. Like, I heard stuff that I should have known about my own character, or things that I wish I had realized. Like, why do I have to be so loyal to a fault? Or why do I have to be so underserving to myself? Or feel like I'm so giving, but then I have to feel like this way. And I'm like, I didn't know. Nobody asked any of these things. And they're like, this is hitting you. I'm like, thanks. I'm like, okay. And I had to sort of,
you blew my mind.
Kind of like, well, because me and Angelique are kind of similar in that. So we're like, I have this container. What the fuck are you blowing my mind for? Like, what's outside of this that I didn't realize this, right? And I mean, what were you doing? You were into VA. It was like, you weren't very much into the spiritual side yet. It was more kind of just like getting
but not so much public. So yeah, I was
Right.
doing
Because we
BA and I
really
was
helped you
doing
find your
paper.
voice, and
I had just
you
started with
went through
Enagic. I met
transformation.
you through Enagic, but then you did my numerology and just fucking blew my mind, and then dropped my first name and it catapulted from there. Took away the victim
Wow.
vibration and gave me a
What a
God
tattoo.
vibration.
Yeah, that's a straight up tattoo. I mean, I don't even know, because we just looked at it, and then we didn't want to put a letter. We just took your name out, and then your middle name came, and then it was the ushering in of a new you. That's so cool. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
move my screen over. I
it
feel like
was.
I'm looking over to the side. I want to look over at you guys. Yeah, so that was pretty powerful to have that conversation, Angelique. You've become such an amazing friend and such a wonderful family, and like I love you so much, and just to be here with you at the end of it all, oh. On to the next one.
And it's
we're gonna all these new things
another
are
year.
happening. We're building stages. How did this come up? We were like, should we do another one? I'm like, let's like push you into it, and then next thing you know, 5 minutes later.
Right?
Angelique's pretty good at this stuff.
This one went even smoother and faster than the last one. And half of you guys are newer connections that I like. Danielle, I just know her by name until today. And
Wow.
several
Welcome
people.
to the family.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so cool.
It's really,
Honored. This
really
is so
cool. I
divinely
get to
timed.
connect with new people.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, that's right. I've been a bit absent from the speakers chat. I thought I saw that you opened up to some new people that were going to come that we haven't met yet.
Yeah.
So that's going to be cool.
Yeah, there's
wow,
4 brand new people, and then Dr. Tanya's coming on right after you.
You guys are in for a real treat.
She was on my podcast a few weeks ago, and she's just amazing. We had a great conversation on my podcast. So
Cool.
she's in a co-author book that I'm in, and that's how
wow.
I met her on LinkedIn. So yeah, it's been really cool.
Okay, so you need to pilot a co-author project.
Yes, I'm going to. Actually, it's coming. So
that's cool.
Yes.
Creation. We just let's put that teeter-totter together for Angelique, for anybody who wants to support her this year. Ambitious business, creative, materializing, coming to the market with all of your wares. You've got a very powerful inventory now, and this is the year for business. So we're not really in research and development anymore. We're more like pushing the price tags properly on things, because now we've kind of created a place to say, take advantage of that time. And of course, because we went from 9 in a cycle, that's like the end of everything, into this new space that looks pretty promising as regards to what Danielle's telling us. We have this space there that says, hey, just go after your goals, just go do the thing. Like, everything has changed now. So why not just go and take advantage of it? And like the whole change and shift of the dynamic is for the planet. But because you're on the teeter-totter, you're not changing. You're still on an 8. But the year went back down to 1. And that's going to be enough for everyone to kind of just be like, brace for it, watch for it. It's like numerology happens to go from 1 to 9. Like if you just know numbers, you understand that numbers count. You're like, yeah, okay. Well, so what do you mean? Well, at the end of the month, it goes from 31 to 1. So it goes from like 3 or 30 to 1, like 30, and then the next day is 1. So and then the month gets higher. So at the end of the month, we have almost kind of like a click of everything that sort of happens a little bit different. And then you're like, okay, back to 1 to 9. And then you go back to a 1 to 9. It's not even 7 days, guys. That's a fake system. Your actual body is on a more slave-driven system that says at the end of the month, I'm supposed to go into like a 5 energy, because it's like, 11, 30. So, the 3 is 5, right? That's the day. But then on December 1st, I go from 3 to 1. It goes down to 4. So instead of going into 6, I'm supposed to go into a bigger energy. I have to go back to work December 1st, as opposed to saying it was a fun day at the end and now let's rest. And it's not like that anymore. So we have to come back to that 4 energy, and it's a bit of a jitter. So when we get these jitters, we also have to that's what helps me a lot, actually, is to know, hey, you're not going there, body. Remember, you're about to jump. They're going to make you jump. They're going to rip the cord from you, and suddenly it's like musical chairs. Like you have to quickly scramble as soon as they change the song. And I'm like, man, who's in charge of this map anyway? And nobody's going to change it. We're not allowed to change the calendar. You can just play it. You can play chess. You don't have to come up with a new game. You don't have to come up with a new dollar. They already did that. You can come up with new value. Now we're already doing that. Here you guys are spending money on people, and you actually want to develop containers and programs and products and courses and VIPs, and we've got subscriptions. I'm like, we're the product. Like, this is so cool. And then what we have as our brand is what value we add. It's very interesting to be in this change. One of my other friends talked about how Neptune was changing everything, and I'm always like just appreciative of how we have to navigate as entrepreneurs, as speakers, as we're helping people live better lives. And then I was just laughing at us. I'm like, look at us monkeys on an island here. Like, like these things have happened for hundreds and thousands of years, the planets and the cosmos, and then here we are in our 40s, 50s, and 60s, and we're just kind of like, speaking. I don't know how young Danielle is. You feel young, maybe not 40s even, but the vibration looks and say, hey, look, we're all babies. We're just children, and we're learning these cosmic tools to help us navigate through this world. And I just think of our old friends, the shepherds, who are just like watching the stars as they move their animals, their herds, and we have to like follow the guides of the stars to find something. We have to map this out. And we're all just happy farmers. I think it's just a beautiful feeling to think, how are we peacefully making our little Cabbage Patch Kids and like growing this love in this planet. And for me, it really turned into that, because I was very business forward, and then it became the family, and my children look like little business operators. So it's very fun to have the whole dynamic of that as like we go through. Right. But next year we should see change for everyone. And I've been planning that a lot with my clients. We've been doing strategy game by month by month, and looking at quarter by quarter. And it's a level of numerology that's a bit new for me. I usually do personal years, so now I'm learning personal month, and this gives people a little bit more of a tactical look as to what functions. Like when in 2021, when we took on human design, you guys will hear this in a bit. It was like opening up the hood of like the mechanics of the body energy map. And so we were able to start to see things about your health, your diet, all of the things that you needed to do, how to operate by your design was this huge mode. And then it kind of came back out, and I was like, no, numerology can do this. It's just that I never went that deep. I never went into the like the level 5 of numerology. I just kind of went, here's your name, there's your language, and then there you go. And as we started to get a little bit more in the magnifying glass, a few of my friends said, hey, that report that you sent me, that it's got personal days on it. And like this day was so, powerful. And I always looked at it and I was like, it's kind of like trigonometry or calculus. I mean, I only know algebra. I don't really do the graphing of math that way. Like, it's the other side. I also don't do numerology subtraction. So it kind of like came into this big sort of mystical space that says, okay. And then of course I study from Gemini. So as I lovingly refer to as Gem. And I'm always studying and teaching myself, and I want to know what's happening. So how do I calculate these? Where do I come from here? And I would like to make sure you guys have a really good relationship with understanding how to expand your knowledge. And we rely so much on technology, but that was another, like a little bit of a poof, the same way that they just wanted to show us what would happen if this whole thing happened and see what sticks. And that's really what's happening at the end of the decade, is to say, let's let it all out. And then those are the new seeds for the next generation. So now we've got a new level of interaction that's much more human. It's just coding, just basically Google with a think hat on it. And we've gotten really good at making computers. So it's really nice to be able to feel friendly. But the whole point was like, I'm scared, I don't want to press that button. You're like, no, if you press it, it just moves the little thing up and down. And see, the little pong goes back and forth. You're like, this is fun. I love pressing buttons. So then we're kind of being taught that it's okay to start using these things so that we can start making our messages more stronger and fluid. And this is where numerology really starts to come in. I'm like, guys, there is a like a little metronome, like a little wavelength that's going in and out when you speak. It's this sort of thing that goes up and down. And the frequency, the vibration can either be harmonic or chaotic. It can be the static that doesn't have a a radio station, or it can be this beautiful, HD broadcast, crystal clear audio, like you couldn't get any more valuable than that, and it just speaks so beautifully to your soul that you felt like it was sound bowls in your aura, like they're like that. And even when I get sound bowls on audio, and I'm just like, what am I? Someone's like, okay, I'm just gonna do some sound healing. I'm like, yeah, but I can't hear it from the speaker. Like we're dealing with a very fundamental thing. Like this is so deep. I almost have to listen to it in the 5D. So enjoying where numerology comes back in together. We're appreciative that this is like what's the graphing and the mapping of how predictable these numbers are, the same way that the planets are. I'm a little bit skeptical, especially if Danielle can read me and play me like I'm an ocarina or something. I'm like, okay, hey Josh, what's up, my brother? She can play me like this mystical instrument. I'm like, oh my God, like what are we actually, guys? Like if any of you guys play games, like video games, when I was a kid, I used to play them. And what we would used to do is like, you'd have a character and you could build stats. So some of them would be more physical, some of them would be more intelligent, some of them would be more dexterity. So you could be someone who's a bit more like a rogue, or you could be someone who's a bit more like a tank. You're ready to take hits. Or you could be a wizard, someone who knows how to stay for the distance, but then make the magic happen. So there were all these different classes that you could kind of get into that would make you feel like, oh, I can operate my game and my character in this life. And they started to look back at us, and like we have skill trees. We can read. We can spend time with the wrong people. We can go into a tavern or a bar, and if I learn from everybody in there, I'm gonna learn how to crush a can on my head. I'm gonna learn how to put a dart on the wall. I'm gonna learn how to hold myself in an arm right. Like those types of things are gonna be my thing. If I go into a high format school with Baroque music and my environment of frequency is gonna start to absorb in me. But of course, there's the kid who's like, oh my God, you can't take him anywhere. As soon as he goes into it's a library. This place is a classical music. He just starts banging on the drums and starts hitting on it down, and he starts arm wrestling everybody. I'm like, you should put him in the tavern. He might have more fun throwing darts with his friends. He's like, his dad's from there. I'm like, that's the frequency that we get. We're like, we're trying to save him from there. And in the same space, you have some of these kids who are so influential over their environment that you put them anywhere and they galvanize the entire situation. These genius children, they're very sensitive. And we've just been playing with all of this humanity. And now here we are in the driver's seat as parents, as teachers, as speakers. We lead thoughts, we lead things, we do things for people that we actually we have a responsibility now. But it's not just a job. You could go get a job. You just quietly by yourself, go put a little resume together. You go to the person, it's just you and them, you get an application, they hire you, you leave your family and you go somewhere else and you make your money and then you leave and you come back. Is that? Or you can be responsible and say, I build my family, I build my business, I build my neighbor, I build my community, I build people online, I stand up for my message. We have to do better. We have to speak in a powerful way that something is, going to affect the other in a big way. And for people like Angelique and I, we may be our charts. 7s, 8s, 9s, 1s. You know how they're at the end or the beginning? Like they're at the beginning says, this is me. At the end says, this is all of us. So if we appreciate that, there's a challenge to think that everybody has to get taken care of, but who's the hero? That's where we have things like 911 and the vibration of sacrifices. Oh, the parents or the grandparents leave. Like the parents are like, oh, my kids and la la, and the grandparents are like, come send them to Grammys. I'll take care of them. We're gonna spoil the snot out of them. No problem. Blah blah blah. And then they skip the hard part because they're at the end and the kids are at the beginning. So it's everywhere that you see this. It's a beautiful feeling to enjoy. You see the trellis, this old tree. It's cut up into pieces, and then it's popped into the floor so it can help a baby little shrub get into its own tree mode. We see this literally everywhere. So it's completely fine to know that numerology is a very applicable thing that they do. But back in the day, they used to use cathedrals and got the alchemical style of mathematical numerology for building certain architecture. They don't use that anymore because this makes us slaves. This makes us prisoned. We're more imprisoned in boxes and in little trailers or in little tiny cubes in cars that work like this. We're meant to be this workforce of something, and we're not supposed to know. So when you go into these bigger spaces where you see God and you see all these places that they don't build like that anymore, you're like, why don't we enjoy life like that? our voice would sound better, our energy would flow better, this whole thing would work better. If we had a 28-day calendar, you've seen some of these things, and I'm just looking at this and I'm like, it just seems all very too convenient. Like it's impossible to believe the models that we have. Like I'm impossible to believe the planets. I can't possibly believe that there are bodies in the celestial space that are concerning my Jupiter, my career, my family, and I can look at my natal chart and I can see myself. Like I actually see all. I've learned how to read it, and I'm like, I know I'm a computer program. Like I'm an algorithm. And then when I got into numerology, I'm like, and I can change it. So I can change the way that I want to look. I can say things like psychic numerology, or I can say things like Bobby BF paradigm instead of just Bobby paradigm. So it's pretty interesting. It's Josh was saying it's got its own numerology, has its own astrology. I'm not sure if you're alluding to gematria or even deeper levels of like what's the guys? The Pythagoras I mean, there's so many weird ancient texts, the scrolls, the Atlantean scrolls. If you have not studied the Thoth Atlantean scrolls, you should do that. But you should appreciate that those are important energies to like come back to where we identified logos and how we were built into this sort of like cosmic computer. A very interesting thing. So very powerful time that we have. And here we are back again. And you're like, wow, 2025, Bobby, what a cool little journey. So where are we going? I'm like, to the grocery store. You need to go to the gas station. You want to go onto your Netflix and Amazon. And I'm like, but you want to fight the fight, right? Like you want to help people get out there. Angelique fights the fight with me. I know she does. We put stages. She puts stages together. She puts voices together. She has helped me so much in my own personal life. Like I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you. There's so many things that have happened inside of my world that I've leaned back on my sister. And every time I see you, you're a different woman again. And I was listening to Danielle earlier, and I was like, and one of my friends earlier said this to me, and I was like, I had no idea this was going to come up. And she said, I was on a witch hunt. I was like, what? It's like they were hunting me. I felt the witch hunt. And I was like, wow, that's so interesting. And like, not to get into any details about what that means, but the fact that we were challenged and that we were, everything was pushed to, like we were chased and like we had, and even to the point of finding solitude and to the place of needing to find our own space for some of us who escaped the fire, or some of us who didn't, that they got burned in the flame of what happened this year. And to think, man, like we're all regressing through over this, but now they gave us such a fire. And now everybody's burning their own fires everywhere. This is no longer controlled. In 2026, 2020, this 21st century, you can see the hippie movement took a very serious dive or turn. And now it's stabilized. I no longer have to worry about calling myself a shaman. I don't have to worry about feeling psychic or feeling like I'm a numerologist. Like I'm a wealth strategist. I'm a public speaker. We help people build brands. We put high ticket 7-figure businesses together. We've got people working at their companies doing big things. And at the other page, we've got witches doing witchy stuff. We're alchemists out here figuring out our soul, trying to create a better world, power of manifestation, law of attraction, pulling all of these tools together. And I'm like, guys, pull out your pens. You want to make sure you don't use the wrong words and you actually understand that. Well, Josh was talking about, the numerology, astrology. I'm like, we're living under the king's calendar. Like, I don't know what you want to call it, but January 1st, everybody, the only other one we naturally observe is the lunar calendar. So like when he's saying we are on the week of the Titan, like where do you get this? Like who says that? With a day of expansion, what calendar is this? So when you appreciate these things, you're like, this is an esoteric knowledge that we're in the mainstream. We're like, how do we pull these gems back out and allow them to operate somehow in our lives, or put them together in the words that we use? Because of course we're coming back to, getting to the phone or getting to the work zone. Where do we get our money from? Where do we get our food from? They're 3D printing meat. Everybody's learning from AI. Like there's so much crazy stuff happening. I'm like, you can still find a farmer though. You can still shake hands with someone who's going to butcher some meat for you. They're going to love their animals. They're going to be farm to table. You can live in places that are not affected by this mainstream sort of space. Like, I'm appreciative of that. And yeah, like we can grow the way we want to. Also, what we're planning on doing is creating more powerful culture that allow us to develop ourselves so that we don't need to be so integrated. There are people who don't want to get the forced ID or the vaccines, and like they're all public meter tests. They're just trying to help people who are going to listen, because as you might be able to ask Danielle, some of these bigger planets have already moved for some people. So some people have no choice. They aren't rebels. They weren't supposed to find their second wind in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. Like, they were a product of the generation, and they just want to go with the masses. Even if they're going off a cliff, they're going to go get more booster shots. They're going to get the vaccine again. They're going to remind me, did you get your flu shot? I'm like, you really going to get it again? Like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, my grandfather died like in the hospital during COVID, and it was of pneumonia. They wouldn't let anybody see him. And like, I don't think this is, no, I'm not going to, I don't think I'm going to, I'd rather just take my chances with the wild. I'm okay with that. I've made my decision, so it's going to be okay. I get it. We're all going to die, but not today and not tomorrow. And man, that gives me a reason to want to live, is like because when you go, what do you take? Nothing. What do you leave? How you made people feel, and the impact, not the product or the, oh my God, he had a numerology business. It was like, no. He helped people. He was there. You could tell this guy wanted to help people. Like, that was what they were going to say. Not, I built a house, or like, I paid for all the iPads, or like, I made sure that all my kids had cell phones. Like, those were funny things. The real thing was that I was actually wanting to be there and care. So what are we going to do with our lives, guys? What flame can we pass on to the other, so that we can help light each other's flame? And then I want to sit by it, and I want to learn, because this guy's seeing some really cool stuff, and I'm like, wow, I don't know. Can I sit with it and hear this story? Because I never want to think that I know something. I want to think that the universe is trying to teach me something. And as long as I can, use these gifts and these guides, and I mean, I'm looking at a very small picture, but I can see the beard is strong with this one. But yeah, I actually have a book that says the secret language of birthdays. So I collect some of these things. Anytime I get into a store, I always look, like, do you have any book on numbers, numerology, or astrology, numerology? And I just want to like find out, because there were so many cool little gems that were like given to us, and this is what remains. So we don't know. If you ever study April Fool's Day, the beginning of April 1st used to be the New Year's Day. And then they were aligned to a calendar where January 1st was the actual calendar beginning instead of April 1st. And this is 14th century. So forgive me if I'm just reading a tale, but this is basically what I heard, is that New Year's Day was actually April 1st, and that April Fool's Day was like now to demark the old king, to make fun of him. That says, no, you don't believe that this is the New Year's Day, that it's actually January 1st. So the fools who still celebrated April 1st were loyal to the old king. And that was basically how they would reality that. And, I'm like, okay, so we're living a lie this entire time. As a numerologist, doesn't this piss me off? And then if I look at April 1st, I'm like, April is like spring cleaning. Like, let's get up, let's go, come on, let's do this. This is the first day. This is the first month of the year, or the first number 4, that allows me to feel like this is a good month to get to work. If I'm getting to January, I'm like, oh, this is October again. I'm not getting like October, like there is no April Mary, like, there's no 13th month, we go back to 1. So there's like a restart, and I need solid, stable 4 in order to get the foundation running. So there's a reason for having a spring cleaning, or when you do your New Year's resolution, guys, make it a 90-day launch, or make it a January only, where you can really focus on what needs to happen in 21 days or 90 days. And then April comes in, and you've got your first numerological month of extraordinaryism. I don't know what you want to say there. It's like hard work. But if I take 2026 and you guys want to know, well, let's get a little bit more critical and say, 2026 adds up to 1. So if we say March plus 2026 is your secret access to your early bird special, if you really want to get this fun level work done, you're going to notice that it's fun to get to work in April, because April plus 1 equals 5, which is fun. So you're going to see everybody moving on into it. Whereas in March, you're going to have those funny farmers who get up and tell quiet jokes to their to their animals. First thing right before the break of dawn, like, well, the horses still need to feed, the cattle still need to go through stuff. There's stuff that needs to happen in the beginning of things that kind of like push us before we can get the work done. So pretty interesting to enjoy that we're kind of like moving through. I guess there's a lot to enjoy. I mean, for me, I actually loved Tanya, what she was saying, that if there were 28 days, we'd have 13 months. There are people who have awareness of these different level calendars, and unfortunately the ones that we work with, the bank, the government, they're the bad guys. So the more I study it, the more scary it becomes. Bill Gates gets divorced from this person who conspiracy theory said that she was a man and all this stuff and la la la, and it was on 5/5/2021, 555. So they use numerology in the most heinous ways. 2001, they had the 9/11 attacks, and they celebrate numerology in all of their happenings. So when we look at it, and I'm like, I understand why in the Bible they say don't touch that, because that's what they use. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, the old rules are dead. We are Jedi now. We must understand the Force, the good side, the dark side. We must walk the path and understand that we're not going to be just ruled by these overlords who say, go to work, get the bank, go to the, and we're becoming robots. And I'm like, that's not fair. We have to learn this and arm ourselves so we know how to play chess, we know how to communicate, and we know how to say things. If you guys ever study sovereign language, you have to appreciate that understanding something could be your most incriminating thing that you ever do. If someone ever, a lawyer or a police ever say, do you understand? You're kind of like, I'm standing under what you're saying. Like, I give power away to what you're saying. So the legalese or the judicial language and the way that we speak to each other, it's a slave tongue. It's a common language that's like, forget about it. You're never gonna get it. Oh, he's the guy's he's gonna fail. Like, all this stuff keeps on happening. La la la. Hey, Tanya, welcome to the show. Does this mean I'm getting?
You don't have to leave, but I've
all
trained
day
you
long,
back.
so I'm just not here. I'm gonna go somewhere else. Soul chiropractor. Where have you been all my life, Tanya? Jeez.
I'm right here.
She's a
First of all, I've been carrying
Why
this
is my
stress
camera
on my
going on?
shoulders, and I need to get somebody to help me. So tell me where you are.
Well, I do work online with people, so we can do that. Oh, there I am.
Hello.
So we can do it anywhere you are.
Hey.
Oh, that's awesome. It's a blessing to meet you.
It's great to meet you too. I came on and I was like, that's not me.
Yeah, we
Must
got
be someone else.
You know what? Spirit said this whole schedule thing was just a joke.
Sorry,
You know,
I know.
No, I was going to get mad at you for that too, because I needed to make sure that I had to be somewhere. So I appreciate that we have to do things on a timely function, guys.
Yeah, I cut something short so I could be here on time. So, but I'm glad you're here, and this is good. It's all good.
it's all divine time.
Okay, so I'm gonna, if it's okay with you guys, I'd love to wrap this up. I really want to send this over to Dr. English. This looks really cool, and it's been such an
She's
honor,
amazing.
blessing.
Oh my gosh, you'll love
Guys, follow me. Come see me online. I'm signing up for things that are happening in 2026. I offer programs, courses, services. I help families. I help business people, and I love helping you guys. This is a family. So if this is the first time you've been on this panel, welcome to our family. And Angelique's an amazing host. I've known her since 20 something, 17, 18.
17, 18. I don't know. Whenever Robbie was born.
Whenever Robbie was born.
Before that, but we met in person.
So I appreciate you for being a leader and a driver and a mama queen bee of this hive. I love you so much, and thank you for letting me speak today, guys. I hope you got some value from what we talked about.
Absolutely.
Yay.
Love you.
Bye.
We'll see you. Come back for the closing. We're going to do
Okay,
Q&A.
what time is that at? Wait, what time is that at?
Around 4-ish, 4:15. Well, my
4-ish?
time. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll watch you. I'll be here. Okay, I'm gonna come back for that.
4-ish
Okay.
Mountain time.
Okay, see you guys.
Bye, puppy.
Hello.
I'm so glad to be here. I'm glad that we have a chance to do this. Is there any way for me to talk to? I was putting stuff in the chat from LinkedIn. That's how it was getting in the
Awesome.
chat. But I can't put something in the chat from Facebook because I wanted to
Yes,
put a link in the chat for people.
Yes,
I don't know how to do it.
you can do it on the live in Facebook. Here, let me pull this one up.
Thanks for
Because we
hanging
can
out,
actually
people. If you're
respond
here,
from here.
please stay with us. We're just
Can
going to
you
do this one thing. What's
Can
the
you
group?
see the chat now where you can type
No, what's the group?
on the right-hand side?
Yeah, I can see it, but I can't type into it.
Oh, well,
I don't
that's
have a way to
dumb.
comment into it.
Oh, maybe it's because it's my channels.
What's the group in Facebook?
It's on my profile,
Oh, okay, thanks.
on my person.
I keep thinking it's in the group, but it's not. All right, cool.
No,
So
I didn't want to do this one privately. I wanted to do it for everybody.
if you want. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, so welcome. Thank you so much for coming. I have just recently met Dr. Tanya. Well, we met a few months ago, kind of, but we connected through my podcast a few weeks ago. So go check that out because it was an amazing conversation. And I'm so excited she's going to be here today. You guys will just absolutely fall in love with her too. And I can't explain what you do as a soul chiropractor, so I'm just going to let you explain it.
Wonderful. So did you have the intro there that you wanted to use?
I put, well, your intro is on my Facebook. And your bio is on there. So
wonderful.
Yeah, I put everybody's bios on there with your photos and graphics and all the fun things. But yeah, if you want to go back or if you got it now, definitely go leave your contact information in the comments or send it to me and I'll make sure that it gets out there.
I want everybody
you guys to shine.
Yeah, I want everybody to get the free gift that I have for them, which is Healing Grief Through the Holidays.
Oh, awesome.
Healing Grief Through the Holidays is a wonderful little thing that you can follow. It looks like a PowerPoint. It's not. It's a little bit different than that. But each day it has an action for you to take and an affirmation for you to use. So today, what I'd love to do for you is to do that affirmation and allow that to kind of come into play for you, because one of the things that happens when we do these things is when we're actually actively doing an affirmation. Is there beeping? Somebody backing up?
I just it might be from around my.
Okay. Backing up.
Well, and I'm going to jump off. Yes, there is. I'm going to jump off so that my noise is not bothering you.
Thank you, though, for having us here. I'm so grateful to Angelique and for everybody that's showing up today. What a beautiful day we're having today in Iowa, where I am. It's bright and sunny and crystalline and lots of snow on the ground and very cold. So we're going to keep it cozy. I would love for you to, if you have a moment, to just take a look at this candle that I have here. And I want you to put your attention on it just for a moment and just allow yourself to take a nice deep breath. Breathing in and exhaling. And I want you to imagine breathing up into the center of the universe. As you breathe in, breathing all the way up into the center of the universe. No matter where that is, and accessing divine wisdom, divine love, which is always there for us. And as you exhale, let that energy come back down through all your layers, all your levels, through every part of your being, down through all your chakras, those energy centers in your body, down through your feet, down into the core of the earth. Just take a nice deep breath again, breathing in, inspiration, inviting spirit in, and exhaling gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a really easy way for you to connect with source energy, the source of all that is, the source of who we are here. And I'm so grateful that you're here with me today. And if you're watching this on a replay, that you're here then too. So we're going to just do some simple things to get our life moving. And that's part of the breathing part. So I want you to imagine again, breathing up into the center of the universe, all the way up into the center of the universe, wherever that is, and exhale down. All that energy from the center of the universe down into your body, down through all the chakras, down through the center of your body, into your feet, down into the core of the earth. And as that energy touches the core of the earth, it comes back up through your feet, through your legs, up through your pelvis, up through your torso, into your shoulders, up into your neck, up into your head, up into your crown. Very good. And up into the center of the universe again. So back and forth. And remember that you can always ask for inspiration because inspiration comes from source. And when we ask for inspiration, we receive it. And that's the cool thing, because we get to receive this information too. And it's so important for us to be able to see what we need to see. I'm looking for my 7 lessons right now so I can share it with you a little bit, some of the affirmations there. And let's see. I just need to go to a different place to find it. Whoops. Come back. You know, things that happen during the holidays is we miss the people who aren't there anymore. And that's why I created this 7 lessons, so that you can really walk through that. And as I say, let's walk through the valley of the shadow of death, not pitch a tent and live there. And that's really important because we live in that space. We don't get to enjoy life as much. And really, what we're missing is that love connection that we have, but already there. It's never changed. It's never gone away. We'll always have those people as long as we remember their name and remember something about them. They're with us. And so that first thing I have you do in the 7 lessons to go through grief, during the holidays, a lesson there called, so that's why I have this candle lit. It's lit so that you can remember the person, and you can do that nothing that you have to stop doing. You can do it every day. And one of the things that's beautiful about that is that it helps you to actually remember what was wonderful about this person. As you're standing there with the candle, what was wonderful about this person? What was the thing that you appreciated about them? If they're gone, that's of it. If they're not gone, that's okay too. And if it's not about a person leaving, then it's okay for people to just really remember that. Remember that. And as I try to open that here, it's taken me a minute. I want to share with you the affirmation for day 1. So one of the things that we do with the affirmations is we use process with affirmations. The tapping process is emotional freedom technique. That's the name of it. But people call it tapping because we're tapping. 2 fingers on each point. And you can just do this along with me and repeat what I say. It's absolutely fine to do that. And if you want to change words, that's okay too. And if you miss the spot, that's okay too. You can't do this wrong. You can only do it long, and that's okay. So let's start right here. Here's the affirmation. My love continues to shine, side of the eye, through my remembering. Under the eye. My love continues to shine, under the nose, through the remembering. My love continues to shine through my remembering. My love continues to shine through my remembering. And just check in with yourself and see how that feels. Does it feel different? Does it feel like there's something else behind that? Go ahead and type that in if there's something else underneath that that you want to address. And it could be a negative feeling, and that's okay. You're a human being. You're going to have negative feelings. One of the things that I teach is that our emotions are important. And as we acknowledge and give voice to our emotions, we can release them. It's pushing them down and trying to avoid them and not acknowledging them that makes us sick. That makes us have dis-ease. And dis-ease, when it's left alone, turns into disease. Now, I saw a message here saying, what does being a soul chiropractor mean to me? Well, I had a coach once that said to me, it's like you're a chiropractor for the soul, because what does a chiropractor do? I said, well, we remove interference so the body can heal. So not just nervous system interference, we're relieving all kinds of interference. And just because we move a bone off a nerve doesn't mean that all the interference is gone. Your subconscious is running your body right now. You're not running your body. You don't need to know what your liver's doing. You don't need to tell your kidney what to do. It knows what to do. And so when we are having that subconscious run our body, we can't just tell our subconscious to do something different. Our subconscious is run off of how we feel. It's run off of our feelings. This is why feelings are so important. Because when your subconscious is run off of your feelings, let's check in with feelings. So why not go to the origin of what's going on? And that's why he gave me the name Soul Chiropractor. Now, it wasn't just him. That week, a friend of mine who I'd been working with introduced me to his new girlfriend. And he said, well, this is Tanya. She's a chiropractor. Well, she's a chiropractor for your soul. So when the universe gives you independent corroboration, those people didn't know each other. And that's happening. I said, well, that's going on my card. I'm putting that. And really, what are we working with? We're working with the part of you that is not nuts and bolts. You're not a used car. We can't just interchange. I know people like to think of themselves like that because then they can get a new hip and new knees and new everything. But really, what we want to do is remove the interference, because the reason why things are happening is not because, well, let's put it this way. You don't have a headache because you didn't have enough aspirin in your system. You have a headache because you have stress and you're not handling it very well. Because if you were handling it well, you wouldn't have any pain from it. So when we're talking about these things, especially loss and grief, this is a place where we can go into and experience the feelings. It's really healthy to do that. Crying is cleansing. If you're crying for days, you're cleaning a lot out. But to also address it in the energetic way of, what is this really doing? What is this meaning here? What meaning am I going to assign to it? How is this going to help me? So we really want to do the best we can with our feelings. And that means we're using techniques, we're using modalities, we're using prayer, we're using meditation to help clear up what's there. First, we have to acknowledge it. And if we haven't acknowledged it for years and years, it can be kind of courageous to go in there and look at that and see what it really is. And then once we acknowledge it, we can release it. We can do massive changes in our history to be able to be who we really are without that coloring our whole worldview. It's sort of like this. Have you ever seen someone on the street who is houseless and they wear all their clothes because they have no place to put them? So they wear all their clothes. It's like what we're doing in this work is to take off a layer and feel what that feels like, and take off another layer. See, safety has to be in there. You have to feel safe to do that. Take off another layer gently. You take it off. I help you. Set it aside. Let it be released. The safety has to be there for it. It's amazing what can happen when we feel safe. So many people don't feel safe, and grief can bring that up. So I just want to mention too that anything can bring us to grief. It doesn't have to be someone dying. It could be moving away from a home that you love, or your best friend moves away when you're a kid, or anything where things change. And if it's sudden change and it changes everything, like, someone close to you dying, then it can be really important to watch what's going on. In my experience, I've had, in 1994, my husband and I had the stillbirth of our first child. Beautiful pregnancy, 9 months, 10 days overdue. Nothing weird about that. Labor set up, but it didn't continue, kept going on and off. Nothing weird about that. But then we couldn't find the baby's heartbeat. So we knew he had passed. We went to the hospital. They immediately put us on all the interventions I didn't want. And I was able to look at what was happening because I was also in school for chiropractic. And so I'm looking at things from that point of view. Let me observe what's happening to me and also experience it too. So through that, I came up with the 7 lessons I learned from my greatest heartbreak. And that's something I'll make available to you in the comments in a little bit, once I can get in there and do that. That 7 lessons is good for a lot of different things, especially when change happens in your life. So I want to encourage you to look at that and to be open to what's happening. Let's go to the affirmation. It's so important for us to put positive feelings in. And this is a wonderful one I want to share with you. It's so cool. So I want you to tap right here. My authenticity is a gift. Every emotion has a purpose. Just repeat after me. My authenticity is a gift. Every emotion has a purpose. My authenticity is a gift. Every emotion has a purpose. My authenticity is a gift, right way up high, like where your bra strap would go if you've ever worn a bra, right there. My authenticity is a gift. Top of the head. Every emotion has a purpose. If you're coming up while you're saying this with things like, yeah, right, and no, it doesn't, and how come nobody else notices that? Those are things to look at and it's important for you to see what your inner voice is telling you about these positive affirmations, because we can actually move things out of there and do things with that emotion that's coming up, like that, yeah, right, that's not really true. Nobody believes that. I don't believe that. People don't like my authenticity. I felt really outcast because of my authenticity. And that makes me feel lonely, top of the head, and sad. You can keep going with this. Have the conversation until you start to feel a shift happen. And when that shift happens, that's when you can start doing positive again. My authenticity is a gift. Every emotion has a purpose. And I'll say this, every emotion does have a purpose. Negative emotions are a signal that you are not cleaning out, that there's something there that you're holding. You're holding some negativity, some fear. So all the negative feelings are fear, all the positive feelings are love. They're just different shades of that color, love and fear. So if you're angry about something, a good question to ask yourself is, why am I, if I'm feeling angry, there's something underneath this that I'm fearful of. What am I afraid of? What's the bottom fear here? It might be that I'm going to die. It might be that I'll lose all my friends. It might be that I'll be broke and poor and homeless. It might be any of one of those things. When you get to that bottom fear, usually it shows up as something that's not really true. It's a fear because it's based on false expectations appearing real. That's the acronym for fear. So what happens to us when we have that fear? When we're gripped by it, when we make all kinds of decisions off of it. That's why we want to go and get quiet and centered and be in that positivity so that we can actually move through the fear. It's trying to tell us, because it's a reason for being there. It's trying to tell you something. You have a fear about something. What is it? What is that fear that you have? And let's disperse it. Let's dispel that fear. So this is the theme for today, is releasing fear. And I can tell you from my experience, I've been in practice for about 35 years. I've seen all kinds of different things, from massage therapy to chiropractic to energy healing. This world, in the world part of it, what people call reality, which isn't real, there's a lot of fear. Don't you feel it? People are afraid. People are being kidnapped off the streets by their own government. Of course they're afraid. This is now an authoritarian government. It's not of the people, because people would not stand for that. So I want to just remind you that what we're seeing with this amount of fear that's going on, there's even more love and acceptance. This is kind of the way it shows up. When there's lots more love and acceptance of people, people get afraid, because what's going to happen if these people overrun our country and things like that. There's all kinds of things we can do that would dispel that, but they're not being done in a way of love or acceptance. But we can do that. We can love and accept people. It's important for us to remember that we are the ones that create the love. So we have this backlash that happens when things start to go toward acceptance and love and freedom. There's a backlash that happens because there's people that are afraid of acceptance and love and freedom. They're afraid of it. And they'll say things like freedom isn't free and our country's the best in the world. Things like that that really don't have any basis in reality, right? People will argue with me about freedom not being free. It could be free, but people are greedy and they're in fear and they won't grow themselves up. So what happens when that happens and we're in grief? Grief is also part of that. The thing that I loved is gone. The thing that I felt so good about is no longer around. But what can I do instead? Instead of feeling the fear, I'm not talking about somebody who has fresh grief. I have an acquaintance whose husband just died. They were together for, 50 years. Of course you're going to be in grief, raw grief. But it doesn't mean that the love is gone. And that's what we want to put our minds on. The love that's still there. I still have love for my son, even though he died in utero. I was very upset about it. As you can imagine, it was very sad. It was what people call a tragedy. But I don't really think of it as a tragedy anymore because his life means something to me. It gave me a way in to look at what grief really is. Grief is the imprint of where love has been. And there was a lot of love there. So all my work is dedicated to his memory and to what I went through and what my husband went through and our children went through when that happened. Now, I'll give you the end of the story right away. We had another child, and he's going to be 30 in February, and he's just an awesome person. and I love him dearly. I also have 2 bonus daughters that came with my husband to the marriage, and they have 10 grandchildren between them. So life goes on, people grow, more people show up to love. And isn't that a wonderful thing? So I want to be aware of what your energy is doing right now. So if you could put in the chat, if you're here right now, which I would hope that somebody is here right now, put in that if any of a chord with that hole. So if you any kinds of feelings coming up as a result of what we're it's so important to go back and forth with each other because it makes a difference in the world when people are having conversation about these things, putting it together and allowing that to happen. Oh, my connection was lost. I'm reconnecting. Let's see. Okay. Yes.
I still see you. Let me see if you're still on the line.
Okay. Yeah, it looked. It, all of a sudden, it gave me a thing. Lost.
I still
So
see you.
we'll ask you, Angelique, since you're here, is anything that I've said struck a chord with you, has brought up any feelings or anything that you want to show up?
I love that grief is the imprint of love. And another thing that somebody said to me just in the last few months, I think it was when I was on the podcast with Brad Walsh, he said, love and grief are soulmates. And
oh, yeah,
it's so true. So true.
Yeah, you really can't have one without the other. When we have love for something, even if it's just like, oh, my favorite book and I lost it, right? It's easy.
Yeah.
That's grief coming up. So it's okay to have that happen. Thanks for bringing that up. I appreciate that. I really feel like it'd be good for us to do another release of something. So I want to, the reason why I'm doing emotional freedom technique is because it's so easy to do in this little rectangle that we have.
Yes.
I do a lot of other techniques, and really they all come together as intuitive soul transformation. So that's what I'm doing. And when I'm doing those other techniques, they're usually one-on-one, but I want to do a group tapping on the next affirmation. So
okay, I'm going to jump back out just so it helps the connection. Yeah. I think it helps.
No problem. Thank you. All right. So here's our next one. And this is grief healing for the holidays. So the body holds on what the heart cannot say. So the body's going to hold on to things that can't be expressed. So it's really important for us to make sure that we express our feelings in a positive way, not a hurtful way, not a way that hurts ourselves. I mean, scream into a pillow, right? I just want to remind you that when you express these feelings that have been very deep for a very long time, it might feel like there's a huge wall built up toward getting to that feeling, but breathing is really helpful for that. So I'm going to teach you a little breathing technique right now that will help you to calm yourself and go in to that place. So we're going to do 4-count breathing, or 4-square breathing, people call it. So what you're going to do is breathe through your nose the whole time, not through your mouth. You're going to breathe in for 4 counts, and 1 count is a second. And I'll count it for you. You're going to hold it in for 4 counts. You're going to exhale for 4 counts and hold it out for 4 counts. So it's going to take us 16 seconds to do 1, but we're going to do 2 or 3. So just do the best you can. If you can't do 4, do 3. Just hang out and be okay with that, because it's really not hard for us to do this, and there's nobody grading you on it either. So just do it without judgment. Okay. So exhale your breath out and breathe in through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 1 through your nose. 2, 3, 4. Hold it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go again. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breathe normally. Now, most of the time, what you'll find is that you feel calmer. This is something that's taught to all kinds of people who are EMTs, soldiers, all kinds of people, to help them get from fight or flight to rest, digest, and heal in a very short amount of time. Like I said, 32 seconds. Twice around is 32 seconds. So what I want to remind you is that you're the queen or the king in your life. You are the one in charge of you. So be that in charge person in your life. Don't let someone else be that, because you are in charge of your feelings. Nobody can make you feel something. You have to enlist yourself into having that happen. So if you don't want to feel a certain way, you don't have to. It's not required. I remember a long time ago, my grandmother, who was not very nice to me, I asked my mother, I said, do I have to love grandma? And she said, oh, no, you don't have to love her. You can be polite, though. You can use your manners, but you don't have to love her if you don't want to. This simple thing of giving my child self permission to love or not love, it's totally up to me. How powerful is that? I would remind you that when you do things out of obligation, it's definitely not love. So ask yourself, talking things for the coming year, ask yourself, what are you doing out of obligation? And what would it feel like to do it out of love? And if you can't, then maybe stop doing it, right? Because it's better to do things out of love than obligation. And maybe it's tradition, and maybe you love the tradition. That's love. And maybe it's tradition and you can't stand it. That's obligation. Okay? So just so you get a difference there, obligation and love are two different things, right? It's such an important distinction. A lot of people don't make it. But I'll tell you right now, when you start letting go of those things that you feel obligated to do, you feel pretty free. Your life opens up. Things start to change in your life. And that's what we're doing. We're changing things in your life. It's okay to shed what doesn't work for you anymore. It's okay for you to do that. You don't have to keep doing things just because you did them before, whether it's something good or bad, but however you want to do that. You want to relax and let yourself have that experience of really choosing with love what you want in your life, because you don't have to choose anything that's unlike love. In fact, that's one of the ways to protect myself in the world. As I say, a force field around me of white light or golden light, nothing gets through that force field that's unlike love. It has to be like love in order to come through. And that's okay. You can do that for yourself. I do it for my children too. I do it for my grandchildren, letting them know it's okay for us to choose love, right? Beautiful. Okay, so let's get back to what we were doing. I want to give you some time to think about this. And If you want to journal, that's great. Go ahead and write it out. Writing transmutes the energy, changes the energy of it. So feel free to write down what you want. But you can just put your hand on your heart. Most of us have our heart on the left side of our body, okay? Kind of in the middle to the left. Very few people are created the other way around. Isn't that interesting? Like very few people. Like, I don't know what percentage it is, but it's like minuscule percent of people that are born the opposite direction. Isn't that fascinating that we all are alike? We all come out with the eyes on the front of our head and the ears on the side. Pretty much we do. So when we're talking about our heart energy, your heart starts beating before they can kind of tell when that's going to happen. Now, of course, science is getting better and better at measuring things. But if you don't have the right tool to measure something, you're not going to be able to measure it. So I want you to just put your hand on your heart and just both hands on top and just feel what that feels like. Put your right hand underneath and your left hand on top. And just breathe into it. Give your heart some love. It's doing a lot of work. It's been working ever since you were created. We don't know exactly when, but that's why people can be brain dead and their heart's still beating. Independent sources of electricity. So put your hand on your heart. It's very important. Now, I'm going to teach you something that you can do for the rest of your life. Not along with 4-count breathing, you can do this the rest of your life. Hug everyone you know on the left. Put your left sides together, because when you hug on the left, then your hearts are closer together, and that creates coherence. And coherence is a wonderful thing. You'll try it, right? You'll say, okay, I'm going to hug you on the right, or you just go ahead. Most people will go to hug you on the right. Most people will. That's what they do. And then all you have to do is hold them back and pull them in again on the left. It's really good to see you. I'm so glad we're together. Give them that heartfelt hug and see how that feels. And you can experiment with people. Don't tell them what you're doing. Just do it. And then if they want to know, why are you doing that? You can say, well, your heart has more energy, more electrical energy, and goes longer and for more time than any other part of your body. So I want to put attention on my heart and your heart and bring them together. It's a beautiful experience. We do that in class when I'm doing live classes with people in person. We all hug on the right and then we hug on the left, and everybody goes, ah, oh, they hug on the left. So just a quick tip there. Now, I want to just imagine that we're going through this experience of grief. It's fun to be able to do this because you don't grief we have in the world. And as we're doing this, we're actually dispelling all the negativity about grief. Can it be a negative thing? Yeah, it can be. But you know what is so important about that is that you're going to experience negativity in life. It's going to happen. You're going to have negative experiences. You have to learn how to handle it, not as a child with the coping mechanisms that you figured out on your own as a kid because there was nobody to help you. That's what a lot of people do. I know I did. And I cleared one of those up today, or maybe more, with the work that I'm doing. So what if you had a trauma as a child and you figured out that the best way for you to cope with it is something that does not work when you're an adult? Now you don't know what to do. That's what we do. We update your nervous system. We update your emotional system. We update your energy system so that you understand, now that's not working. I'm going to do this. So that's one of the reasons why I'm practicing EFT with you today. So here's another way for us to practice loving ourselves better is forgiveness. Forgiveness is the universal solvent. When you forgive something that happened in your life, you're not saying it didn't happen. You're not telling anybody that was involved that it was okay. That's not what you're doing in forgiveness. People give me funny faces when I talk about forgiveness. Oh, that's so hard. Actually, it's not really hard at all. You just have to have someone walk you through it. Here's what we do in forgiveness. We forgive ourselves for allowing it to affect us negatively. We forgive the others involved. We give them permission to forgive us if we caused any harm anytime ever in the history of our soul. And we wish them well. And then we be thankful for the lesson that we learned because of that. So you have to decide what the lesson is. What did you learn? My mentor, one of my teachers, Dr. M.T. Morter Jr., who developed bioenergetic synchronization technique, BEST for short, BEST technique, that's one of my main techniques that I use, said, don't judge people, just observe and make a decision for yourself. Just observe what they're doing and make a decision yourself. Like, well, I'll never do that. Or I hope I never do that. Or I'm going to choose to use a different technique or a different approach when this happens in my life. You can do that. Easy. So here's the affirmation. I release the need, side of the eye, to carry what no longer belongs to me. I release the need to carry what no longer belongs to me. I release the need to carry what no longer belongs to me. I release the need to carry what no longer belongs to me. Top of the head. I release the need to carry what no longer belongs to me. When you forgive yourself for what happened, when you forgive the others involved, it does not mean, I'm going to repeat it, it does not mean that what they did was okay. It means that you are detaching your emotional self from that experience. You're no longer attaching yourself to it. There's lots of ways to do that. One of the ways that we do is through EFT, but I also use BEST technique to help people detach those very intense feelings with what's happening now, because that's your body not in present time. We want your body in present time where healing happens. So, for instance, when I work with combat vets, I'm not asking them to relive their experience. I'm asking to point their mind toward it. They don't have to go deeply into it, and we can still release that attachment. And so now they don't have the triggers that they had before. It really does work that well. So I want to remind you that you don't have to be a combat vet to have that kind of stuff going on in your life. You could have been a child of an alcoholic, or a parent who is not really fit to be a parent, but there you are. It could be a boss that is a rageaholic, gets mad at everything. You know there's something wrong with them, but they're not addressing their own needs, so they're taking it out on people around them. That's what people do, right? We've seen it. Take a deep breath. I know there's lots of memories coming up for people when they hear those things. So I just want to remind you, you can release the need to carry what doesn't belong to you. And there's ways that we can do that actually work for you at all times, every time, and can be done with it. So really important for you to be able to do that. Let yourself do it. You have to be a bit brave to do that, because a lot of times we think all our molecules are going to fly apart, or we're going to cry and never be able to stop. None of those things happen. You'll cry, but you'll be able to stop. Things shift as we're doing this work. And you can have that shift. You really can. I'm so grateful to Angelique for having me come on today. I feel like I'm at the end of my time.
We have a few more minutes. Sadia is not in here yet. We're kind of shifting around.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for me that I can answer?
No, I don't have questions, but I love it. I love what you are amazing. And just
thank you.
Letting people know that, yes, feel our feelings, because we have to feel them to process them.
That's right.
But you don't have to get stuck in them. And that's where we have problems, is when we get stuck and let them fester. Because there's emotions are energy in motion, and they're supposed to move. And that's so vital, is to be able to move them and do the little quick activations. Breath work is so amazing because you can do it anywhere and nobody even knows you're doing it. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter where you're at.
The
And
4-count breathing room. Yeah.
Any kind of breath work, even
Yep.
if it's just one deep breath and a long exhale, it just lets your body regulate. And it can be
very
that
simple
quick.
key. Yeah, it's very simple. That's why I say 32 seconds and you're going to feel different.
Absolutely.
32 seconds. You're putting your mind on what is giving you life, first of all. You can live without food for a while. You can live without water for a while, but 4 minutes without breathing?
Right.
You can't. So unless you've trained for that, like some free divers do, but if you're not training to be a free diver, you can't do it. So
Exactly.
I want to remind people that when you put attention on your breath, you're putting your attention on the thing that gives you life.
Yes.
You're saying, I want to live. And so the universe hears that, source hears that, and will give you what you need. I recently had an experience with my dad, who's just turned 93 on Friday, and he was having a hard time breathing. He started to swell, his legs started to swell. We took him to the hospital. He goes to the VA. They got about 8.5 liters of fluid out of his body, slowly over time with some drugs. But then they started to look at what his breathing was, and he was at like 88%. And we want to be at like 97, 98, 99, 100%, right? We want to have that much oxygen coming in. And so I would say to him, okay, well, he's on this oxygen, and we're watching the number, and he's at 92, I think. And I said, okay, let's do some 4-count breathing. And as he did that, his oxygen level increased over and over again. So anytime that you're putting attention on your breath, you're increasing the amount of oxygen. And guess what doesn't like oxygen? Disease. Disease doesn't like oxygen. So breathing is really, really good for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I taught that to my oldest granddaughter, or my second oldest granddaughter. I don't know, she was probably about 8 or so and started having panic attacks. And, and she was just so dysregulated that she was out of control. And I'm like, okay, we need to learn this. When you're calm, we need to learn this so that it is like a muscle memory. So when you are start to feel that dysregulation, you can begin to do it. And I have my oldest daughter teach it to my younger grandsons, and the 4-year-old has been doing breathing breath work since he was like a year old. And so it's just normal to him. So he now can identify when he starts to get dysregulated, and he will take himself. They have a corner in the living room with their bean bags and stuff and his weighted blanket, and he will just go put his weighted blanket on and take a moment, or he'll go in his bedroom and shut the door, and 5 minutes and he can self-regulate now.
Learning how to do that as a child is a gift that pays out forever.
Yes.
If the powers that be had done that with kids that are now adults running things,
yes,
things would be a lot different.
Absolutely. But, and that's my biggest thing is if we can teach parents to process in the moment and stay in their power and stay centered and regulated, or learn how to bring themselves back to center, that models it to the children, and we will raise a whole generation of kids that don't have trauma because they process it in the moment.
That's right. I put a note in the comments on Facebook that said if you have if any of this resonates with you, put the word me in the comments and I'll send you the free gift. My understanding is that when we put links in the comments, that Facebook will lower the number of people that see this.
Really?
So I want you to put me in the comments. Put the word me in the comments for everybody. And I put a note in there that says me in the comments.
Awesome.
And I will happily send you. I'll be checking back throughout the day to see. I'll check tomorrow. I'll check the day after. Let me know if you want to get a hold of me and you want to work with me on something. Feel free to put me in the comments, because then I'll send you a message and we can chat.
Awesome.
I'm happy to do that. Also on LinkedIn, just put me in the comments if you're on LinkedIn watching this, because we don't want this to go lower. We want more people to see it.
Yes.
So when you put me in the comments, or you put anything in the comments, it raises the vibe of what this is, and the algorithm loves that. But
awesome.
links, not so much.
Yeah, Facebook is funny.
So I'm happy to do that. Also, you can find me at Quantum Healing International. I'll put that in here too. I'm not going to put it as a link. I'm going to have you paste it in, because we want people to be able to find it.
Yes.
So that's my business, healinginternational.com, of course. And I don't know if it's, I think it's clickable. So we'll see what happens with that. You can click on that, and then you can get in it. I just want to close with a prayer, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So we're going to close like how we started. So I want you to take a nice deep breath in. Imagine that you're breathing up into love, light, source energy, up into the center of the universe, wherever that is. And as you exhale, let that energy come back down through all layers, all levels, down through all the chakras, down through the center of your body, down through your feet, down into the core of the earth, as I say these words in the I am for everyone listening. God is all there is. Love is all there is. Light, life, and source energy is all there is. And I recognize right here and right now that I am one with God, love, light, life, and source energy. I'm never, ever separated from this energy. If I feel separated, I know it's a false feeling, and all I have to do is breathe in, inspiration, inviting spirit in, and exhale gratitude. Thank you. I'm so grateful for this time to put attention on what really matters, my energy, because I am energy, and I have source energy within me in every cell, molecule, and atom, and all the space in between. I'm never without this energy. When I feel that I've turned away from it, or that it's not there, all I have to do really is connect with my breath. Connect with my breath, put my hands on my heart, and know in my knower that love is there for me, that it's always there for me, that it never leaves me. All I have to do is look at a mountain, or look at the sea, or look at a flower, and know that this is part of me. I am part of creation, and nothing separates us. But I'm here. I'm here now. I'm grateful to be here now. I love being here now. I'm so grateful for this time that I have to put attention on being here now. I ask all my guides, guardians, and angels, all my spirit helpers, those who have passed on before me, who are cheering me on from behind that thin veil, hold me, protect me, and remind me to love myself as I love others. I'm so grateful to be able to do this, and know that when I put my attention on it, it grows and gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And it envelops the people that come into my orbit, because I'm a little star shining with that light of love. And I'm so grateful. I authorize my subconscious to let it be so, to deliver and bring me what I need for my superconscious to work with me, to clear out all the negative gunk, to release all the structures that no longer serve me, to release and let go of all those memories that don't serve me. It doesn't mean I don't remember them. I don't have the attachment emotionally to them. I release that emotional attachment to negative things that have happened in my life, traumas, experiences. I know that they're there. It's not that I'm forgetting them. I'm just allowing myself to detach from them emotionally. And so I authorize my subconscious to release any constrictions or contractions or structures that are keeping me from my highest good. I say that it's so, and I let it go, knowing that it's already done. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. And so it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I am
You're
so
so welcome.
glad you came to talk. And if you guys can't find her, just reach out to me and I will do an intro, or I will get you her information, or comment in either here or on LinkedIn, and one of us will get you connected for sure.
Thank you so much. Have fun, Sadie.
You're
There's so
welcome.
much fun here. Much love. Bye, everybody.
Hello.
How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing so well.
Awesome. A little better than yesterday. No, although I don't know, it's kind of chaos already, but it's all been perfect.
Oh, of course, there's beauty in the chaos.
There is, and and I'm sitting here, and luckily, Danielle and Craig came on for the opening ceremony, and so we just had a 45-minute conversation, and I was like, so my schedule was worthless, and I just hear laughter, back here, and I'm like, whatever. But it's been amazing. The conversation has been amazing, and so everybody that has spoke already has been amazing. I mean, Danielle just blew our minds, and Bobby was great, and I love Dr. Tanya. Her energy is just like a grandma, that you just feel like she's hugging you. It's awesome.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's been great. So I don't know exactly how to introduce you because you are very new to me. So I have your bio on my profile. If people want to go read it, it's there. I'm just excited to hear more about you and your story and the work you do. And I'm going to go off camera just so it helps with the connection, because I never know how my computer's going to act.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm so delighted to be here. My name is Sadia Hamid, and I am the founder of Living Her Light. And Living Her Light is a pretty new initiative, just a few months old, something that got birthed through the light of my soul, probably as the first and most full expression of myself. And so I want to share a little bit of that story with anyone who might be listening and with anyone who might resonate with this, just so that you know what it can feel like when you start to really give permission to your soul to speak its truth and to release the old stories of suffering. And then I'd love to, at the end, guide you through a gentle closed eye exercise so we can do some releasing together and also some reclaiming. So I'm 44. I am the solo mama of two beautiful children who are the light of my life and a big part of my reason why. I spent 25 years in an amazing career in the nonprofit and philanthropic sector, really feeling like I was making an impact and supporting leaders all around the world. And the work was intense, but it was really fulfilling and it was great. And for a long time, it was my identity. It was part of who I was. And I realized when I reflect back that as a very young child, I always felt like I was here for something bigger than myself. And I always had this longing to be part of something that was more, that was greater. And I could think back to my earliest days where overcoming adversity became something that I just became very skilled at. And for a while, I thought that that must be my superpower. That must be the reason why I'm here. It must be to show that you can thrive and flourish no matter how difficult the circumstances get. And so I wore that as my badge of honor and my identity. And subconsciously, I very likely attracted to myself in my life all kinds of situations and experiences that would test that superpower over and over again. And sure enough, soon enough, it became this fuel, like my rocket fuel. Every time something really tough happened, it became the momentum that I used to accelerate my growth to get to the next level. The problem was that all my growth was happening through experiences of pain. All my growth was happening through struggle and hardship. And I soon realized that that was part of my foundational belief. I had been walking through decades of this lifetime believing that suffering and struggle was actually the way that I was going to earn my place in the world, the way that I was going to experience a beautiful life, the way that I was going to give back to people, the way that I would create a legacy for my own kids. And I followed it for a long time. And I can remember 10 years ago when I was trying to conceive my daughter, I had this feeling that struck me really deep inside, like somewhere really deep, somewhere really ancient. And in that moment, I had a realization that there was so much that I had experienced up until that point in life. And I knew the things that I wanted to pass on to my children and the life that I wanted them to experience. But I also realized I was holding on to a lot of things that I didn't want them to experience. And I didn't want to pass it on to them. And in that moment, when I really dropped into the depth of my own being, I understood that I was carrying in my body the memory and the footprint, not only of my own experiences in this lifetime, but those of all my ancestors that came before me, my entire lineage. And the more that I awakened, the more I was able to experience my past lifetimes. And some of them were glorious and some of them were very painful. But the memory was imprinted in me, and the memory was imprinted in my cellular body. And so I felt it at times when I was moving through the world and striving and out there hustling. I could feel it. And I knew that it was deeper than just me. But I didn't really know how to express it, and I didn't have the tools to learn how to release it. I just knew as I got pregnant with my daughter that I made a commitment in my heart that I didn't want her to actually carry the same thing in her own little body and through her life as she came into this world. And so fast forward to 10 years later, my daughter turned 10 in May. And I was in the midst of the most extraordinary transformation that I've ever experienced. So about 2 years ago, I decided to sunset my nonprofit and step out of it and bring a large part of that 25-year career to a close. I had been in service of people and humanity through that job, through all of the various jobs I was doing. And it was really impactful work. But I realized that part of the reason why I had been attracted to that work was because I was chasing my own suffering. I wanted so desperately to relieve some parts of myself that I couldn't even explain or understand, that I really went and I sought out an entire career that would bring me face to face with the deepest suffering of other people. And in those moments of this realization, I understood that no matter how much I tried to ease it for someone else, I wouldn't be able to answer the call that was within me by doing that for other people. Like I had to really turn in. And I realized in that moment that I had gone from a career into a business and gone straight into it, full of hustle, full of ambition, full of desire to show up and to make a difference. But I hadn't actually taken a moment to really, really sit with myself and understand where my soul was. And I hit this point about a year ago where everything in me was just exhausted. And everything in me just whispered desperately, Sadia, please stop. because I kept seeking growth through the same avenues. I kept believing that life was difficult. I kept determining that I needed to prove and to succeed. And I realized that I had spent my whole life resisting myself. Because in order to succeed and perform, I was conditioned that I needed to please everyone around me, that I needed to live up to these standards that I had no role in co-creating, but I was being measured against them. And my entire value and worth was being measured by them, by the organizations, by the job descriptions, by the bosses, by the partners, by the experiences. And I realized that none of them actually spoke to the truth of my soul. And in my longing to belong everywhere else, I had actually abandoned myself. And I had also taken on an old story and set of beliefs that came long before I came into this world. And I had worn them like this armor that I was using in order to go through the battle of life. And that's really what it felt like. It felt like a battle of life rather than a gift of life. It felt like a life that was happening to me instead of for me. And in those moments when I was deeply exhausted, the kind of exhaustion that you can't cure with sleep, the kind of exhaustion that comes when your soul is tired of not being seen, of not being heard, and of not feeling free. In that moment, I understood that I had only two choices. I could either keep going the way I was going, and sure, life would be great. Listen, on paper, everything looks perfect. And I could keep going, and I could keep convincing myself that that was the best, most responsible, right thing to do. And that those desires inside me that were calling out to me were just fool's play, not something that I should follow at all. And I would be teaching my children to do the exact same. Or I could actually step into what was yearning and calling to be unlocked inside of me the whole time. And I could show my children, rather than just telling them, what it actually looks like to let go of the old stories of suffering and decide what you want to create for your lineage and legacy instead. And that there's no dishonoring in doing that. You're not erasing the past. You're not forgetting anything. You're not disrespecting all of the things that the people before you came and did. What you're doing is you're keeping all of that, but you're choosing a different way of being, and you're choosing a different state of being. So I came to understand that suffering is actually a state of being. Life will bring you challenges. In this human experience, we will all experience some form of pain. But suffering, staying in the pain, using the pain as our fuel, attaching stories to the pain, making the pain and those painful stories part of our identity, that's all a choice. And it's a choice I had made for decades until I finally decided that I wanted to make a different choice. And in that moment, when I truly surrendered, when I just let go and I stopped fighting myself, the most extraordinary things opened up and happened seamlessly. Mentors that I was intended to work with, who could see the light of my soul and the truth of my being, came into my life almost immediately. And I allowed myself to be witnessed and to receive the opening of all of my gifts that had just been waiting there. They were just waiting for me to notice them, to accept them, to embrace them, to allow me to actually express the fullness of my light. And what was interesting is that the very human part of me was not sure if it was safe to fully be expressed in this light and this truth. Because in my cellular memory is the memory of all of the lifetimes of my own, but also the women that came before me who weren't safe to express that, who were silenced, who were oppressed, who were shut down, and who did put a dimmer on their light so that they could sustain themselves, and so someone like me could actually be here today. And in that moment, I remember saying out loud, you can call it God, source, universe, whatever is most comfortable to you, but to the expansive cosmic consciousness around me, I said, I am ready to step forward, but not with the suffering. I will not agree to one more lifetime of suffering. I want that story to end. I want to be the last woman in my lineage who will ever carry the memory of suffering in her cellular body. And as I release it, I want to be the beacon and the guide that allows other women to do the same. Because there is a beautiful life here that is meant to be created through joy. And there is an entire world that we are meant to help rewrite from the true balance of the divine masculine and feminine working together, not the wounded mother, not the wounded father. Those are the things that we can actually bring an end to, where we can move past that. And the year of the snake is a really profound time to be doing that. Now, as you all know, and the summit is called the final shedding, in the year of the snake, it is about shedding all of those old stories, allowing yourself to be rebirthed into something new, allowing yourself to ask yourself, how good does this really get to be? How quickly can I actually get to those dreams that are calling on me and pulling me, that I'm yearning for? And I want to tell you something that I know to be 100% true. Anything that you dream of is only possible. It is only possible for you to dream of it because there is a timeline where you already have it. That means anything you dream of is 100% real. The only thing we need to do is to get our vibration and our state of being into a place where we can step into that reality now. This is what collapsing time is all about. Everyone wants to know how to collapse timelines. This is how you collapse timelines. By shedding the old stories of suffering and stepping into a state of being that knows that you're so worthy, you're so deserving, you are already completely loved and you already belong just by being here. That there is no one in the world that is like you. No one. You are unique, completely limitless, and you are here for a purpose that only you can fulfill. So there is no need for the false ego. There is no need for competition, and there is no more need for struggle at all. We can, in fact, make a choice to simply release it. And as we release it, we release the old story and the identity, and we decide to take on a new one. And we bring that like a blast of fresh air into our body, a new cosmic form of oxygen that moves through all of the cells of our body, lighting it up. And as we light this up, we start to discover our cosmic DNA. So here's the thing that I understand about us. We all have what I call soul codes, an inner cosmic programming that we came into this lifetime with that gives us all the tools, all the capabilities, all the knowledge in order to actually fulfill our destiny. And when we're little and we come into this world, we are completely reliant on other people to meet our needs. That means that in our youngest years of life, we actually can't completely survive on our own. We need our caregivers, we need our community, we need people around us to help us keep safe and to stay alive. And that's when our survival programming gets coded into us. Our human-based survival coding gets implanted into us. And as we grow older, many of us wonder why it is that we are seeking love, validation, and belonging outside of ourselves. It's not anybody's fault. Of course we are, because in our youngest years, that's actually what we needed in order to stay alive. The thing is that when we come of age and become adults, no one comes up to us and taps us on the shoulder and says, hey, guess what? You don't need that old program anymore. You get to either install a new one or actually connect. In my belief, what I personally have experienced is you reconnect to the authentic one that you came here with in the first place. So if you imagine yourself like this beautiful cosmic seed, a beautiful cosmic star seed. Many of y'all who are listening might be star seeds. I am one too. And you come here with this cosmic soul code that is there to help you live out your destiny and your purpose in this lifetime. So imagine yourself like a beautiful plant seed. If you buy a seed for an apple tree, we don't know how, but everything in that tiny little seed is already coded to know that it can turn into this beautiful apple tree. And so when the seed gets planted into the soil, or it falls from the tree and it embeds itself in the soil, it doesn't spend a whole lot of years asking itself if it should be a pumpkin patch or a sunflower plant instead. It's committed to being an apple tree, and it pulls all of the nourishment and all of the resources that it needs in order to thrive and flourish and become that beautiful apple tree. And it knows how to do it. No one is going there and teaching it how to do it. And it's not having an identity crisis as it's doing it. And so I love this analogy because I think to myself, each of us is cosmically coded the same way. We just haven't had a chance to reconnect to that programming for a really long time. And as we go through this beautiful process through quantum energetics, to be able to just release from our cellular body the memory of suffering and the old identity, what we do is we create the spaciousness to invite in the dreams and desires that are coherent with our destiny. And you know that to be true because it's something that you're chasing or you're longing for, because there is this deep yearning in you that knows it to be your truth. It's not the thing that you're chasing after to prove anything to anybody else or to get external validation or accolades. It's not all of the material success. It's something that is much, much deeper. And all that, those wonderful embellishments of life can come along with it. But the feeling you feel is something that comes from so much deeper inside you. And as we reconnect back into that, you start to get all of the information you need on the next steps you can take to move yourself forward into that destiny. It doesn't mean that you might not need to learn new skills or seek out the help for other people, but you will know what it is that you need as your next step. And it comes in this most beautiful, calm, aligned way of living and being. So I chased alignment and this feeling of being centered and in flow my whole life. And then I got this beautiful opportunity to actually know what it feels like and to live in it and to be in that state of being where no matter what is happening around you, you know you're going to be just fine. You got this. I got this because I got me. It's not ego or arrogance. It's a connection back into your soul truth, to that trust and certainty inside you that is so deeply anchored, it is unwavering and unshakable. And from that place, you are able to tap into your intuition, to your soul codes, to all of the wisdom that is available to you so that you can come in and fulfill your destiny and your purpose. And as you do it, you move into a state of being that allows for quantum acceleration. And quantum acceleration is the period you go through as you're about to quantum leap. And a quantum leap simply means that you're collapsing a timeline between where you are presently and a state of being or a way of life that you most want to be in. And these things can happen really quickly. And when I went through my transformation that started and I surrendered to this, I followed every single thing that my inner being asked me to do. And I just stopped questioning it. It asked me to sleep for days. I slept for days. I woke up to take my kids to school. I brought them home and I slept the rest of the time. It asked me to eat a certain way. It asked me to move a certain way. And it led me through purge after purge after purge. Now, for me personally, because I was ready to go through an accelerated transformation so that I could step into my purpose, so that I could be here to guide other people into their purpose, I went through it very quickly. And the moment I surrendered, it was able to happen quite fast. Now, for me personally, I rage at about 102.7 fever for about 48 hours. And there was lifetimes and lifetimes that were being released from my body in that state. Now, I'm not saying anyone else is going to have to experience this, and that's not part of my program. I'm not going to have you in a raging fever. But these were the things that I went through. But then it happened very, very fast for me. All of the gifts open up, all of the knowledge poured in, everything came and it clicked and it became completely clear. And so I spent all these years believing that suffering as a way of being was my badge of honor, that striving in adversity was actually my gift to this world, and what I was going to help people do. And I coached them on resilience and all these things. And I still do that. But I realize now that we're doing it in order to release the suffering and welcome in a different state of being. We're not doing it to use the suffering as our fuel. And there's some grief involved here. Like, I can talk to you about this in a really lighthearted way today, but that doesn't mean that there weren't moments where it felt really difficult, where it felt really sad, where the shedding was really real, because I asked myself, who would I be without this story? Who am I without this belief that if I'm not struggling, I'm not Sadia? Who am I? And there was just a process of gentle surrender and a permission that I was giving myself to say, it's okay to let that old story go. You're not betraying anybody. You're not abandoning anybody. You're not abandoning yourself. What you're doing is you're coming home to the truth of who you really are and who you most want to be. And everything in life has felt different since that moment. Everything. Most importantly, the way I feel inside myself feels different. So to wake up every morning and to be so grateful to be in that day, to wake up and say to myself, oh my gosh, I can't wait to see how good it gets to be, and to play that game of life is truly a gift. And it's the experience I want everyone to have. So many of the men and women that I support through my coaching practice and the women that I support through my spiritual practice are exhausted. They're tired, they're burnt out, and they just want it to feel easy. I hear the words over and over again, Sadia, why does it have to feel so damn hard? When does it get to be better? And my answer is that it gets to be better right now. The moment that we give ourselves permission, it gets to be better. But there's a couple of little things we need to do in order to help accelerate that process. And this is where the Trinity of Self comes in, which is the process that I guide people through. The first step in the Trinity of Self is around devotion to self. And I don't call it self-love because I think that that word has been hyped and it's cute and it's good, but it doesn't really get as deep as we want it to be. When you think about devotion and being devoted, you often think about something outside of yourself. It might be your faith, it might be your marriage, it might be your children, it might be the cause or the community that you're a part of. But it's not so often when I meet people and when I say devotion, they say, oh, I am completely and deeply devoted to myself. Now, this isn't about ego. It's not about being selfish. It's not about any of those things that we've been conditioned to believe is the case. Devotion to self is this deep, beautiful, enduring feeling that you have when you know that you love yourself, that you accept yourself, that you belong to yourself, that you're worthy the same as everybody else, for every beautiful thing that you want to experience, that you matter, that you're unique, and that you get to show up as the best version of yourself and serve the world through that light, through that vibration, through that energy. And in those moments, you really learn what it means to take care of yourself. You know, as a mom of 2 kids, so often another badge of honor was, how do you do it, right? The stressed out, exhausted, overwhelmed, overburdened working parent who's trying to laugh it off and make it work and collapse on the couch with a glass of wine and think, oh my gosh, tomorrow I have to wake up and do it all over again. And that is a glorified state of life that most of us don't actually want to be living. What we want is to feel really great in ourselves. What we want is the energy to enjoy and experience life with our kids, but also beyond them. And one of the fastest ways to get there is through devotion to self, where you really anchor into the state of being. You can wake up every morning and say something like I do, like, Sadia, it is my honor and my privilege to love and take care of you. Let's see what we get to do today. And that just shifts your whole vibration. Like, I'm smiling just even saying that to you, because the energy and the state of being that it brings is one that says, I am alive, I am worthy, I am about to do amazing things, and I'm going to feel great while I do it. And some part of being able to be in that state is about giving ourselves permission. You are worth it. You deserve it. There is no part of you that is not worthy of it. And that brings us to the second step in the Trinity, which is all around reintegration of self. So along the way, not only in this lifetime since we were little, but likely in many of the lifetimes that came before us, there are parts of ourselves that we abandoned because we were taught that they were shameful. We were taught to feel guilty about them. We were taught that they were too bright and they would make other people feel uncomfortable. And in this desire to fit in and belong and be loved and accepted by everyone outside of ourselves, we fragment ourselves. We shred ourselves into tiny little pieces to fit into these tiny little boxes that, even when you stack them all together, don't fully represent the totality of our beauty and our light and our magnificence and our worth. And so reintegration of self is about actually opening all of those little boxes, taking all of those pieces out and bringing them back together in a beautiful sense of being whole and complete within yourself. Because everything you want and need is already here within you. And when you shine from that totality of your being, you cannot help but magnetize towards you all of the people and the things that are there and meant to be there in order to help you succeed and live life in your full purpose. So reintegration of self is bringing all of those pieces back home. Radical self-acceptance, radical forgiveness, radical just replenishment of you through and through. And that reintegration happens parallel to the release. You're releasing the things that don't serve you and you're bringing back yourself into being. Here's the truth. You know, if you think about the warm glow of the sun against your skin, one of my favorite feelings in the world is warm sun against my skin, especially like early spring sun, when it first touches your skin after a long winter. And I always remind myself that I get to revel in the beauty of the sun because I also experienced darkness. I get to enjoy the light of the sun, but I equally have deep reverence for the moon. I still see a night sky and wish upon the first star I see. And so we have balance in all things, light and dark, not just in the environment around us, but within ourselves too. And when we bring those parts of ourself that we have shamed, abandoned, and felt guilty about, and we bring them back home to ourself, then we actually get to leverage the totality of our potential towards our greatest dreams. And that's when we get to the third step of the Trinity, which is all about reclaiming and your sovereignty of self. That is the third part of the Trinity. Now, sovereignty of self is about taking radical responsibility for your life. So the moment that I realized that life wasn't happening to me, but it's happening for me, I realized that I had a role in co-creating every single experience I had ever had, even the ones that were awful. And that might seem really counterintuitive, because why would anybody do that? But that's because there was a program that was running, an inherited suffering that was running. And I didn't question any of that. I just kept running with it, trying to succeed and do my best within all of those parameters that I had created for myself. When you take radical responsibility for yourself, you realize the power, because if I can create all those experiences that were painful, imagine what I can do if I'm vibrating from joy, from love, from expansiveness, from co-creation with other people around me. And that feels really exciting. That feels like a life I want to wake up and live every day. That feels like, oh my gosh, let me see how good this really gets to be. And how do I do it with people around me so that it's a beautiful life, not just for me, but for the people I love and for people out there who deserve to experience the same. And as you move through this trinity, we use 3 keys. We release, we recode, and we reclaim. And you just move into a completely different state of being where you wake up every day and you feel so much better and you're so grateful to be alive. And from this place, you get to create something that is completely different. And so I would love to use the few minutes I have left before you break for lunch and lead you through a gentle closed eye exercise where we can release something and also bring something in. And it's going to be quick, but if you ever want to go deeper with me, there are ways you can stay connected and come into my community to do that. I offer these activations often. So I'm going to ask you to close your eyes, take a few deep breaths in. I'm going to play a little healing music, healing frequency music in the background as you do this. So just take 3 deep breaths in with me. Take a deep breath in. Hold your breath for 4. Release with a sigh. And do it again. Take another deep breath in. Hold it at the top. Release it with a sigh. Just feel everything in your body start to relax. Let your shoulders drop. Let your cheeks soften. Let your body sink into the seat that you're sitting in. Feel the ground firm under your feet. Roll your neck or your shoulders if you need to. Give yourself the gift of the next 10 minutes to truly, truly experience the state of being. And when you're ready, bring your hands to your heart center. And as you follow the rhythm of your own breath, I want you to see a beautiful golden light at your heart center. It's a gorgeous, warm, vibrant, radiating light. It starts as a small flicker, and it expands, and it expands like a glowing ball of light in your heart center. Beautiful, beautiful ball of light. Keep breathing. And allow yourself to drop into that glowing ball of light. And see at the center of that glowing ball of light is an opening, like a beautiful cosmic vortex. And it's safe, it's calm. You feel confident. And just follow yourself into that space. Imagine yourself walking through. And as you emerge and walk through this beautiful vortex, you find yourself on a path under a radiant night sky full of stars. You can feel the ground under your feet. You can hear the twigs as you're walking along the path. You can smell the scent of forest trees around you. You can feel the glowing light of the moon. It's just beautiful here. It's completely enchanting, and all your senses are mesmerized. They're calm, they're serene. You can feel every part of your body is vibrating gently in this environment that is awakening you from the inside out. And you come to a clearing in the path, and you see these steps that will lead you up almost to like a viewing deck on the top of a small hill. So you wander up the steps, you see fireflies around you glowing, you follow their glow. You come to the top of these steps and you look out, and there's a beautiful lake in the distance under the moonlight, and you just take in the environment you're in. It's so beautiful and so calm, and you feel so alive. And here, right here, I want you to start to feel a gentle breeze around you. It's a warm breeze, and first it's around your feet. Maybe it's lifting up some leaves. You can feel it swirling around you. And this gentle wind is asking you right now, what is one thing that you would love to release? Something that you're ready to let go of. Maybe something you've been attached to, but deep down you also know it's been holding you back. And I want you, for a moment in this space, to just listen into your body as this gentle wind swirls around you. Find the place in your body where this feeling or this belief might live. Maybe it's that you're not worthy. Maybe it's that you're not capable. Maybe, like me, it's that you don't know what life would be like without struggle. Just find the spot in your body where you feel this feeling. And as this beautiful wind continues to swirl around you, beautiful, gentle, loving vortex just around your body, like a little tornado of warm air, just gently around you. I want you to give a lot of love to this belief in your body. I want you to gently thank it for everything that it has taught you and all the ways it has tried to serve you and protect you. It only ever wanted to keep you safe. That's what its deepest intention was, to love you and keep you safe. And while it served a purpose, perhaps, it's not anything that's necessary anymore. And so I want you to call this belief and this feeling from wherever it is in your body, call it up into the glowing center of your heart. And with your hands on your heart, I want you to imagine this old belief and feeling coming into that glowing ball of energy at your heart center. And I want you to give it so much love, because it's a beautiful part of you. It's just not the way that you need to be living or being anymore. So you can thank it and love it and know that it's time to release yourself from it. And as you draw it into your heart center, I want you to imagine that, like an energetic wave of light, that belief in your heart center is now magnetically pulling out of every cell in your body any memory of this belief and feeling. Like a vacuum of beautiful violet energy, it is pulling it out and pulling it all into this belief that sits in the center of your glowing heart. And just give yourself a moment to really visualize this. And once you feel that's complete, that it's all in your heart center, I want you to visualize yourself receiving a glowing orb of light that carries that old belief and bringing it from your heart center into the palm of your hands. And with one final blessing, I want you to release it like you would release a balloon to the wind, and allow the beautiful, warm, swirling air around you to carry it away back out into the cosmos, back out into a state of transmutation. And as you watch it go, now you know that you can replace that with something that you would much rather experience. So I want you for a moment to allow yourself to identify what that might be. What is it that you would like to experience now? Don't judge yourself. Don't talk yourself out of it. The first thing that comes to you that lights you up, whatever that might be, imagine it now dropping down into the palm of your hands like a glowing star from the night sky. A gift for you, a new way of being, new possibilities, everything you dream of and desire. And as you look at this star, see yourself in it. See the version of you that exists and welcome it into your being. Take that star that's cupped in your palms and bring it into the glowing center of your heart and feel it merge with you and come into you, that future you that you are ready to become now. And as it merges with your heart center, like a beautiful, warm little explosion of light, watch it travel through your body into every single cell in your body. Up your throat, your head, down your heart center, down your torso, down your legs, out your arms. Every cell in your body is now absorbing this new belief. And as it does, every part of you lights up. Imagine your entire internal body lighting up. And as it lights up, it passes through the carbon-based DNA and it lights up your crystalline DNA. And your soul codes start to come back online. As you breathe this desire and this way of being into you, it can only be known to you because it is meant to be you. And as your cells light up, they are going to bring online the knowledge and information that you need to be able to claim this for yourself. So as this illuminated being, I want you to ask yourself this question. What is it that I need to do next to move me towards this beautiful new state of being that I have just welcomed into my physical body? And you might get an answer right now, right away, or it might come to you later as a thought, an inspired idea, something someone else says to you, a post that pops up on your feed. There's all kinds of ways that the universe is talking to us and communicating with us. So just know that that information is already on its way to you now if it has not already reached you. And with that sense of certainty and knowing and trust and excitement for what lies right in front of you, I want you to take a few deep breaths as you imagine the energy retracting from the parts of your body back into your heart center. And as the glowing light in your heart center starts to recede back into your body. And when you're ready, you can wiggle your fingers and your toes, and you can come back to join us in this virtual room where we are here together. And just know that all the guidance you need is already on its way to you. And as you end this year and move into the next, you are already committing to moving into a new timeline. And you've already taken your first step to get there.
That was absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
I still.
I know. Everyone gets to go to lunch now, so I would say stay in this beautiful, gentle.
Well, not quite.
Not quite. Okay.
We shifted around a little bit because we were running behind. So
okay.
Chantel is going to come talk about human design with us before lunch. But,
okay.
Oh my gosh, that was gorgeous. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having me and allowing me to share that with you all.
Absolutely. Just beautiful.
It's my pleasure. And if anyone needs to reach me or find me, I'm on Instagram. You can find me on my website. It's Living Her Light. So yeah, reach out to me and I'd be happy to support you or answer any questions anybody has. And I'm here. And I hope that was just a small offering that helps you move through your day with a little bit more ease.
Absolutely. I guess we are going to take lunch. Time zones, you know. And
I get it.
I know it's crazy. And I have no brain for time zones. I tell people I'm directionally challenged and I'm time zone challenged.
That's just part of your superpower. How you get to express yourself authentically in the world. So
right, absolutely.
Perfectly.
And I was like, you know what? My schedule doesn't matter. Our human schedule doesn't matter because time isn't real. So whatever. So that's a perfect way to, and that's what we had planned. So it's perfect to take us into a break, and I'll coordinate with Chantel and we'll do that after lunch. So thank you so much. If you need to reach out or I can do an introduction, and we'll get links out there. Tanya was saying if we put them in the comments, then Facebook won't show as much in the algorithm, so we'll try to stay away from that.
All right.
But we're all connected, so.
This is true.
That's right. So have a wonderful rest of your day. We're going to do like a Q&A just before the closing ceremony. Okay. So if you can come back like 4:15ish, or just keep an eye on the live and see. Who knows what's going to happen for the afternoon.
That sounds great. I definitely will.
All right. Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. All right. So I am going to stop the live stream for now, and we'll take lunch. And I expect we'll be back in about 55 minutes. And we'll go from there. It might be a little early, it might be not. Who knows? We're just on divine timing today. So we will be back. Just watch for the notification that we're live again.